It was good, everyone. Probably should have announced it first in certain Discord servers. No, okay. I at least notified some people. It's all good. Anyways, today I'll drop more like it's not just lore. This is like I'm gonna drop pills that maybe you've heard before, maybe you haven't, right? I just have to say it out loud. Some people might know I'm from Syria, right? My origins is from Syria. My roots are in Syria, right? The modern day of Syria. I'm a Syrian, but I'm also from Syria, right? Another part of my family is from Turkey. My family is two countries, right? One ethnicity, two countries. And yeah, a lot of things have happened probably. And contrary to people will tell you, dude, Syria does not have peace. Okay, that lie that everything is normal now, everyone can go back. It's not fucking true, dude. That's really not fucking true. None of that is true, bro. None of that is true. I can give you some of my background in Syria, right? I'm from one of the towns in the Khabur Valley, and the Khabur Valley is to the northeast of Syria, and it's where most Assyrians live. Okay, most Assyrians in. I don't know. Let's see if can I find an image of it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here. This is good. Look here. No wait. So along these towns, yeah, you see these are Assyrian towns right here, like along the river, right? And I'm from here. I'm from this town. And nowadays there's war here. Honestly, there is. Like if I look up Syria live UA map, that's a fucking okay. Well, now it's showing it's integrated. It's not really integrated, dude. This area here is a fucking risk zone. Like, yeah, look, hometown, front line. Actually, no, it's not accurate. Frontline is over here. I don't know if they moved back. The frontline is actually right at the town, but whatever, right? Usually having a picture. Okay, I'm from this place. I know place like stuff about this place and the surroundings. Not just that city. I know Syrian history. I know everything. My family has spent generations there since my grandfather's father came to Syria as a refugee. He fled the genocide and mass killings. He came to that part of the country. And yeah, dude, it's like we like put a lot for that country. Okay, it's not like a small thing. It's like we spent we made something from nothing, right? We built up this place. We helped and we contributed, right? Most of my family has served in the army. in its days, in the wars. My grandfather volunteered in the wars, and it's not something I'm ashamed of. I'm proud that my family did their part. But why don't Syrians have the same respect for their own country? I don't get it. Why do we put more respect as minorities? We don't even share religion with them, whatever. Why do we put so much at stake for them? Yeah, problems in Syria always existed. Let me make this clear, so people, so tankies don't think I'm just like, oh yeah, Syria was just no. Syria had deep issues, right? Syria had many deep issues. My family, uh, we were persecuted to some extent, not fully, but to some extent we were persecuted, right? My grandfather was not really like a, what do you call it? He wasn't in the ruling party. He opposed them a lot on a lot of issues, so he got in trouble. A lot of people got in trouble. A lot of surveillance and stuff. A lot of intimidation was done, right? But there are times and places for things, right? So now, if you open up Twitter and you open social media, you'll see that Syria is free now. They had a bad dictator, and everything is fine and dandy. Now, if you look at Syria now as well, you'll notice that it has no military, it has no air force, it has no navy, it has nothing. It has a bunch of little speedboats. It has like a helicopter that will drop bombs on minorities. Yeah, they have that. Oh, they have a bunch of Al Qaeda affiliates running around killing people. Yeah, they have that. But is it a military? Is it the army, bro? Is it the Syrian Arab army? Not really, bro. Not really. And the truth is, when Syria went wrong, and all people will say that, yeah, the Assads came in, they did the coup, and whatever, they took power in Syria, right? Syria's history is more complicated. Syria's history is very complicated. Syria had interference in it since its independence. So people maybe don't know, Syria is a relatively new country. I mean, the modern state of it, obviously, Syria as a geographical entity and as administrative entity is way older. And Trump is lying to you about that. That Syria is just no. Syria is actually very old in the real scheme of things. But the modern Republic of Syria, and even previously the Kingdom of Syria, that was relatively new. That was since the Arab Revolt against the Ottomans. That the British and the French and those guys, they really told them to go for it, and it backfired pretty hard. And fuck is this, dude? Anyways, was there anything important? I just was distracted a bit. Anyways, after they did that, they did this revolt. They did all of that. They they're supposedly getting a huge state, right? The Arab states, not just Syria, right? They're supposed to be this big, like the entire Middle East. Imagine the Middle East. Imagine that one state, right? And it's ruled by Arabs. That's what the British and the French told them in their ears. We're gonna have that, but behind the scenes, they're doing their little schemes, right? Same thing they did to Assyrians, by the way. They did the same shit to us. They told us you're gonna have a state, whatever, and yeah, it didn't work. And yeah, a lot of opportunism happened as well. The French invaded Syria, and the king fled. The can we call it the cuck and cucks again? Is another one of those. The cuck of the cucks. He fled, and the defense minister and all the soldiers died fighting because they didn't want to show that Damascus will be surrendered like that, right? And Syria was colonized, of course. Many years went with that. There's a lot of resistance to the colonialism from all segments of society, mostly the minorities. And I need to emphasize this to the people who want to do this majoritarian thing where they hate minorities in Syria. Minorities carried even the independence struggle. You know, like the top heroes of independence, were they, dude? Sultan Atrash, Druze. Ibrahim Hanano, a Kurd, and Sheikh Ali, an Alawite. And they had more too. Obviously, you had more. You had like the Christian minister guy who was refusing any privilege for himself. He was siding with the Arabs, and they prayed for him like one of theirs and all that. Like very unique story, right? You had some Arab like who try to do stuff, but again, a lot of countryside, like tribal Arabs in Deir ez-Zor did some uprisings. That's Deir ez-Zor, you know. That's not the urban people didn't do that much. If you don't want to count Ibrahim Hanano, who is a Kurd, he was actually like a city guy, and yeah, it eventually they got independence, right? And it's mostly because of World War II and Syrians helping the French resistance against the Vichy French. Which, by the way, Flame of Liberation will tell you about that. That his heroes like Michel Aflaq and those people, they decided to collaborate with the colonialists in that time because they were fascists, and they didn't have any issues with, you know, with the if they were different. I was broke today because I can't hear your voice, but it would be great if you could respond to the chance that. How the fuck does your cat destroy your headphones? That's crazy. Yeah, but look, a big thing is what was I gonna say again? A big thing was Flame of Liberation likes to emphasize that the Baathists were fucking like they split from the general left wing movement because they hated colonialism, but they had no issues collaborating with colonialists as long as they were fascists. Bro, wants you to type essays for hours. I'm not doing that. Fuck that. No, but dude, like, so yeah, a lot of the stuff people tell you are just not true. Foreigners do not understand this region fundamentally, and I'm breaking that down. What do you assume? Bro, someone else will have to respond. I'm not responding to that, dude. I'm doing my lecture, okay? I'm teaching the public, okay? Anyways, and yeah, the Middle East, no one really, like, foreigners do not understand it. Westerners do not understand the Middle East fundamentally, especially Syria, all right? And look, the colonial period went, Syria obtained independence because of their goodwill to the French, and the French said a country like that deserves independence. We can't hold it against them, right? So they gave Syria independence, and Syria became an independent country. It didn't last a year, 1 year, 1 year before a coup, and the coup was, of course, backed by the United States. Isn't that funny? No, um, yeah, because the like I think it's a year. No, no, it's 3 years. I forget Syria's independence. Bro, fuck off. I'm not responding to you, dude. You read my lips when I'm saying fuck off, bro. Fuck off. Okay, quit it. Anyways, France should have kept everything. Look, France wasn't, and it's a controversial take of mine. I think that France wasn't a bad country. I know this is controversial to people. I think France, if you look at how France moved compared to the British when it came to colonialism, and this is gonna sound like I'm cocked. I'm not. I'm just saying objectively, the French view these as parts of them. The other guys didn't really do that. French had this concept of that they were a universal empire and that they were gonna have everyone was French in their eyes, right? France was a concept. It wasn't this racial thing. And yeah, that's why France was an interesting power. Yeah, a lot of Lebanese say this, yeah, but a lot of Lebanese say it from the wrong place. They don't say it because France was this universalist empire. You say, oh, they were Christian, and we were Christian. That's what they say. They don't tell you that the way France looked at things, yes, civilizing mission ideology, exactly. That's how France operated. And that's unique. I think that's a very unique. And I always found that interesting about France. That's why I don't have this deep hatred for France. Because look at, in general, after the Syrians helped them in the Second World War against the traitor French, right? Like the Vichy French who were running these colonies. They said you guys deserve independence. We can't rule over you. It's wrong if we just colonize you after you help us. That's wrong. So they gave them independence. Thoughts on Iraq as a country? It was supposed to go to us. That's funny thing. Like the Syrian levies and all. Like it was Iraq was supposed to be our thing, and then they changed it to Iraq. So first, it was called the Mandate of Mesopotamia, and it was mostly like But whatever, bro. Iraq exists now. I'll deal with it, but Iraq is very dysfunctional. I'll say that Iraq is very dysfunctional. A lot of wrong things were done. A lot of wrong things. Emphasizing sect and stuff like that, and giving autonomy for one ethnic group and others nothing. It's gonna cause issues. Naturally, it's gonna cause issues. Let alone giving autonomy that's split in two. Like even the autonomous region of Kurdistan in Iraq, it's split in two. There's two different interests in there, and at least one of those goes against the state of Iraq, and it's difficult, dude. It's difficult. So I would say Iraq is very dysfunctional, and if we got a state, I don't know, maybe it would have been better. Can't say too much though. Syria should become a republic within the Russian Federation. You know, there were almost ideas of that. Like it sounds insane, but there's ideas for that. And people are gonna be like, "Where are your sources, bro?" My own fucking family is my source, bro, and people I know. Everyone says this. People who are from there also say this. There was an idea to have an Assyrian autonomous oblast within the RSFSR. That was a real thing. And in like the Krasnodar Krai region, that area, so to the Black Sea. So it'd be next to Crimea with an autonomous oblast. That's fucking insane. But a lot of the diaspora didn't agree on that. And I think that was wrong. We could, because here's how I view it, right? Because they would be like, but we want Assyria, and I agree, we want our homeland, of course. But we can have two. We can have an oblast and work towards a home. Like I don't know, bro. It's not sinful. You know what I mean? It's not that bad, bro. Come on. It's not. We can do both. We can have an autonomous oblast and get a country, bro. Like, come on. It's not that bad. And we can all move to the country later. Like, it's not. It's not too bad. Because importantly, you'd have education and stuff. That's how I view it. I don't view it as anything deep. Learning your language would be a priority and having an identity, and that would be very good. It would be super good. Um. Oh, where was I? Yeah, no. Syria as an independent entity, it suffered coups very early in its life, backed by the United States, because they viewed Syria as a bit too independent, right? Like Stalin said he was gonna help build the Syrian army after they got independent, and a lot of aid was coming from the Eastern Bloc. So they were pissed. We got independent country, it ain't all that. What are you saying, dude? USSR was the only country in that region that didn't have to deal with ethnic religious issues. No, I would say it did deal with it, but it was like it was more universal. Right? I think the Soviet Union was the most universal country on earth to some extent. So anyone could be Soviet. There was no ethnic issue to it. It's not like the Russian Federation today. People tell you that there's no, everyone's just Russian. No, there's issues in Russia when it comes to that, more so than during the Soviet period. It's more strict, more they also emphasize on what constitutes a Russian, right? There's a difference between Ruski and Russian. Like there's a huge difference between these things. Like there's Russian like country wise and there's Russian ethnic wise, and that causes confusion. Same issues with a lot of countries here, right? Ukraine has the same issue. What constitutes a Ukrainian? Before there wasn't a big deal about it. You live in Ukraine, you're a Ukrainian. It's not that deep. Then it became an issue of you need to be ethnically, linguistically, all this, and you need to be like a Slav. You can't be any of these other ethnicities. It, it can turn into an ethno nationalist thing very quick, and it's backfired. Because these are dangerous to a state. People don't understand this. When it comes to like ethnic issues, like people will say, like, oh, we need to not have it so we don't have separatism. You don't realize when you do the ethno nationalist centrist approach, you actually destroy them. Like you do separatism. It's just another form of separatism. Instead of the little guys leaving you, you're leaving them. That's what happens. Alex, Yugo Republics ain't shit on their own. All these countries below is circa 15 million or some other leverage can do shit to protect their sovereignty. No, look, I'm not saying people shouldn't work together and shit, right? Like I get that. I understand that, right? But I'm saying that in the countries like the Middle East, they're already fragmented, right? That's why I would talk about Assyrian independence, because Assyrian independence would unite more than separate more. Like that's the weird part. And of course, I think even if we had a state, our mission would be to unify the region further, outside of the national lines, ideological lines instead, right? That's what I actually believe when it comes to Assyrian like national liberation cause. I think our national liberation cause should be a domino effect, right? Yeah, I'm not speaking out of my ass when I say this. Like I genuinely believe that if Assyrians bring revolution to a region like that and they change the status quo should change for good. Like it should change across the region, and they should have some form of union between each other, right? Don't give up your sovereignty, but you work together on big issues, and that's how I think it should work. But no, dude, when it comes to like Syrian stuff, when it became independent, a bunch of coups, and it was back and forth, like early on as well. The actual federal Syria, no, not Syria. Syria is different. Syria is a different country. I'm talking about the Assyrian people, right? Not Syrian people, Assyrian. I think an Assyrian independent state would be big, right? And that one can cause a federation of whatever, of the Middle East, or whatever you want to call it. West Asian Federation, Mesopotamian Federation, called whatever. Dude, it's Scrocom. Yeah, I get it, bro. I get it. I can tell by your name, believe it or not. But no, dude. Like I believe in unity is strength, but I believe it needs to come with understanding the differences too. And in some cases, too much decentralization is bad. I think, for example, Yugoslavia, like you mentioned, the Yugoslav republics, the way the federation actually worked, I think wasn't good, right? Like, no, they should have some common development. They should have some common plan, and they shouldn't rotate things. They need to actually be a one country. They need to have that feeling. Like that's one thing I think federations get wrong. I think the Soviet Union got it more right because yes, it was a federation and all that, but it was very centralized. It was pretty centralized, and I think to a healthy extent. And but all countries will always look different. I always say this to people. A lot of Chinese people will come to me and say, "Well, we have this and that. Why don't you guys have that?" And I say, "Look, it worked in China. Can I expect other people to do that? No, I don't think so. Everyone's gonna make it look different. Some will make it look like that. Some will not. Not every country looks copy paste. You need to take the local stuff into your mind, right? No, no. Yeah, no, dude. S- Syria got weapons from the Eastern Bloc. Westerners don't like that. They cooled it, and Syria just endured with that shit all the fucking time. And then you have the Communist Party in Syria going very big, and it got big to the point where the U.S. tried three coups. One through bribing military people. It didn't work. They snitched. Second, and this is gonna sound very interesting, guys. They wanted to create. They wanted the Muslim Brotherhood to take Syria, and the MI6 and the CIA would arm them, and this would be a threat so that Iraq and Turkey would invade. And this is all just to wipe out the communists and put Syria in that Western orbit. Isn't that interesting? I was told by a Latvian that the reason why they have so many Russians compared to Lithuania is because Lithuanians rejected them, such a Moscow centralist chauvinism. Yeah, no, it's not. That's not a real thing. People get that wrong about the Soviet Union. Most other nationalities benefited. This is one thing I have to say. Every nation in the Soviet Union benefited from the system. All of them did. Like, I don't know any country that benefit. Russia benefited from the Soviet Union. The Ukrainians benefited from the Soviet Union. The Belarusians benefited. The Kazakhs, the Baltics, even. The Baltics can say all this stuff now, but they benefited. They have development that was unprecedented, right? They have even like Central Asian republics. You can people can be they're not that developed. Yes, they are. The fact that they live in cities today is sign of that development. People don't understand how those societies look. They were nomadic societies that had no electricity even. They lived in the steppe with camels and stuff. Look at Kazakhstan nowadays. It's totally different. Doesn't even resemble that. And yes, even for Russia, Russia's biggest peak, its golden era, is that period. Everything Russians look up to nowadays comes from that period, including the armed forces, including everything. USSR is a historical anomaly. It is. I think it played its role. Like something went wrong when it died, because that was a trajectory for humanity, and it was killed off. But I'm faith in things. I think everything will go back to that to some extent. Maybe not copy paste, but that trajectory. You know what I mean? That sort of trajectory we will reach that. That's I think that I genuinely believe that's humanity's destiny. Humanity's destiny is to overcome evil, not become evil. Like now we have to overcome evil. We live in evil now. We have to overcome it. That's where we're at. you know. And when I see the youth in these countries and them understanding things, it gives me hope. Because I can't say that in the Middle East. In the Middle East, I can say they're behind. In the Middle East, they're far behind with this shit. In the Middle East, they believe things. The defeat of Napoleon and to follow with the turning back the clock for like 50 years. Yeah, it's gonna be like that. Though I don't think they can make it 50. Maybe they'll make it 50. Maybe they'll make it 40, 30. But look at the events now. You know? I don't know if sometimes, and Lenin said it right. He said, there are years where nothing happens, and there's weeks when, or decades, he says, right? There are decades when nothing happens, and then there's weeks where decades happen. And it's true. You never know. Maybe the ruling class and the ruling elites will bring their own end upon themselves through their own actions. Not like anyone does anything to them, like they just blunder that hard. You never know. This world works in mysterious ways, you know. um, yeah, no, dude. Yeah, Syria and Egypt becoming a country was also fucking horrific. By the way, I should say that in history, people will tell like the leftists will tell you when Syria and Egypt became one country was the greatest time in history. That was a horrific time in history. Because they won't tell you it's because of communists, bro. They don't want communists to win, so they let Jamal Abdel Nasser take over, and that was horrific for Syria. and oh, you guys also know that I should note this Syrian liberal period, right? So the period before Assad. You guys know that Syria was run by Freemasons. I'm not joking about that. I need to find there's this image. It's a very good image. I think it's very far behind though. It's a very old image. I think it's too dangerous. I want to see if it's good for Twitch. Thanks for the follow, bro. Uh, yeah, nah, bro. No, Syria was ruined by a lot of these people, and you can also see now after Syria fell, the Freemasons were allowed again. They came back. Is that an interesting? trying to find this stuff. Trying to get myself banned, but I'm trying to find this image that describes this perfectly, dude. Where the fuck is it? Okay, I can't find it. But yeah, no, dude. The West always preferred these sort of, what do you call them? Arab socialist figures, Baathists, Islamists, Muslim Brotherhood people. They always prefer that, right? That's just how they've always moved in the Middle East. And Syria was no exception. They backed that, they supported that. And they included even support for the Egypt-Syrian unification because that prevented a communist takeover of the country because they were getting too popular and they were running the military and intelligence and they were getting too popular. So when that unification happened, huge purges were carried out and a lot of people died and yeah, it was pretty bad. And when Syria and Egypt, yes, Baathism is Arab corporatism and fascism, yes, because they don't believe class struggle exists in the Arab world. They fundamentally don't believe in that. So they believe in class collaboration for the sake of the Arab nation and all that. So they're fundamental, they're fascists, right? And this is controversial to say to these people because it's they think I'm just calling them Hitler. Like, no, I'm looking objectively what you are. You believe in corporatist economics. You do believe in that. That's your entire worldview. And I'm not gonna say it's good. I actually don't believe it's good. Like I think that's why these countries failed fundamentally. Saddam had aura though. Yeah, but his aura. I'll explain it to you though, right? His aura is because he's copying us. Have you noticed that? Like he depicts himself as like our kings and shit. It's like, dude, you're. If it was genuine, like if it wasn't like if it was like an Assyrian military dictator, yeah, it would go harder, you know, because he'd be like quite authentic about it, right? He's not just LARPing when he does that. That's like his grandpa or some shit. That's how I interpret that, right? Um, but no, all these countries had aura, right? All had this national liberation thing, and they're militarist and all that. I don't doubt that. And when Syria had the Ba'athist coup of their own, Syria went through a lot of changes, and a lot of it was positive. I'm not going to deny that. Nationalizations, emphasizing women's role in society, and education. All this is good, right? Syria modernized during Hafez al-Assad. That's objectively true. During Bashar's father, Syria modernized properly. That objectively happened. It industrialized all that. That happened during his time period. But to be fair, I would say that he was going like this too much. That's why. Like a lot of his stuff was him copying the communists. But then sometimes he'd be like, "Oh, but we're still kind of class corporatists. We want to have private business and enterprise," and it led to corruption. Fun fact: having private markets actually enables corruption a lot. And you'll notice all the corrupt have that had that. The most corrupt were not in state economics. They were not in public planned economics. They were usually in companies. IT, telecommunications, maybe even some industry, just any form of stuff that makes capital, they were in that. And these guys kind of formed their own class, like properly. What class? I mean, they have their class interest that goes beyond the state, right? And this was a thing even during Hafez al-Assad, but during Hafez al-Assad, they were afraid. They couldn't say what they wanted. They couldn't push policy. Anyone to try to push policy would fucking disappear, bro. Let's be honest. He was guy in charge. Everyone accepted that. And there's a half-assed land reform, and you're gonna notice this theme. All these Arab socialist countries, like the self-proclaimed Arab socialist countries, they all half-assed land reforms. Like none of them actually fucking do their job. Like none of them do proper land reform. Like look in Iraq. I can give you the example of Saddam, right? Because I know this by heart. They do land reform, and what do they proceed to do? They do this half-assed thing where they just give it to some tribals, like tribal leaders, and they call it the quit. Like they call it the quits. Like okay, well the tribal guy's loyal to the state. Who cares? And yes, all tribal guys will do that. Like that's just how tribalism works. Like they're loyal to whoever's the strongest. And a lot of Iraq's land reform was that, right? You can guess your age from his playlist. I guess I have unk status, bro. I have unk status. Yeah, but dude, look, when it comes to timeless club playlist, yeah, bro. A lot of this is like that's a lot of music, dude. No, but dude, yeah. But all I'll say in total is Arab socialism. Yes, it is fascist economics and it's half-assed land reforms. 2005, 2015 club music. Yeah, it kind of is. Dude, I don't think this song came out in 2005, or was it? This came later. No, like come on, it's not. It's not from 2005, bro. To make me feel too fucking old now, dude. Dude, I'm gonna actually fucking crash out, dude. No, that would be wrong. Wait, let me see. Oh, it's from 2008. Yeah, holy shit. I got a heart attack, bro. I thought it was like, it's like no, it's from 2005. What the fuck? Because I remember when this came out. So I got scared, dude. Oh, dude. No, but look, don't half-ass reforms in society. Never do that. You'll regret that. It'll bite you in the ass. Instead, they kept saying, and this is the dumbest thing. Okay, I'm gonna explain why this fucking war even happened, right? And why the government fell. I can explain it simply, right? In 2005, instead of deepening the nationalization's efforts, because look, Bashar's father understood by the 90s that this was bad trajectory, right? And he wanted Syria to go full North Korea mode. People say, "Well, that Heydarist, that's bad." No, for Syria. That's it needs to do that. People don't understand. These countries need to be they need to have strong states. They do. I'm not talking about dictatorships or monarchs. That's not what I'm talking about. But you cannot let stuff outside the state get out of hand. You can't. You can't let the Muslim Brotherhood do uprisings and kill a bunch of school kids and not do something about it. Like there needs to be discipline in the state and all that. Like that has to happen, right? And economically speaking, most importantly, it's not just about state security. Economically speaking, a country like Syria, who has all these regional interests in mind, it can't and shouldn't get stuck into the market in the global economics. It really shouldn't. And you think like that trajectory was set in place, huge nationalization efforts, self-reliance efforts were made in the 90s, and then Bashar comes around, Bashar al-Assad, the meme guy, and he gets rid of all his older people, all the old guards, and he puts these reformists in. And 2005, Syria takes this trajectory towards a market economy, like a deepened market economy, and reforms for private entrepreneurial whatever and all that. And this I see as the start of this conflict, right? People don't get this. It's not that people were impoverished. No, it's like Syria gambled away its economics during this just to fit in with everyone else. And yes, it was not smart. It wasn't. And you could even see because Syria developed this class that was ruling a lot of stuff. Uh, like not bureaucrats, because bureaucrats still have to do stuff, but a lot of Syria had bureaucrats. But one thing Syria also had was they call them the merchant class or like or whatever. But they're more like they're the business people. They have a lot of business interests, all of that, and they caused a lot of this with a lot of their shit, dude. By the end of it, of course, during the initial war, some of them switched over, some of them stayed in their positions. They stayed with the state, and the state struggled a lot. All right, the state did, and but they got their shit together. Of course, a lot of help happened. Iran came in, Russia came in, but Syria refused to reform in the right trajectory. They kept going towards the bad road, right? Like more towards the markets and all that. And it's because also the Russians and the Iranians wanted it. They wanted to have investments and all that. That was their logic with it. And the Russians, and this is the dumbest part. So you know how his father emphasized sovereignty, independence, and all of this. Bashar entrusts the Syrian army to the Russians. They can be like, well, they saved them. Yeah, yeah, but would you entrust your state's armed forces to a foreign state? I don't think I would ever do that. That's kind of scary. And what happened? Russians took over the air force. They were supposed to reform it. They cut the military in a lot of, like, made it smaller, right? They shrunk the military. Looking back, it's a miracle Russia even did something for Assad. Yeah, it's apparently it's the Iranians that convinced them, because there were security issues in Russia too. So they were like, you have to, and they're kind of right. For Russia's own interest, they would need to back Syria, right? Because there's the terrorism issue in Russia and all that. And the Syrian soldiers were motivated. I'll be honest. In 2015, I remember it. The soldiers were motivated, and the air support was good, so it balanced out. It did balance out. And those other guys were more like nut jobs who killed each other. So it wasn't like the opponent wasn't high IQ either. You know what I mean? It wasn't this like whoa. Like yeah, they got all arms. Okay, we need to emphasize this too. The Syrian opposition got weapons from fucking all of NATO and Israel and all these states. All these states dumped everything they had at them, trained them, etc., etc. They even had some people go in there among them. Like that's how they worked. So, and for most of the war, they got their asses kicked. It was insane how Syria made this comeback. And I genuinely believe Syria won. I thought, like, okay, it's gonna be over any second. Now, just gonna make it like whatever, and I'll be able to go back. I genuinely believe that. I always looked at Syria as something to go back to eventually, right? And then, of course, there's a lot of corruption, and we noticed a lot of things were going bad in Syria, right? There'd be fires in Syria and where Alawites lived, and the state wouldn't do anything about it. No one would really do anything. You know, it's like, how the fuck does that happen? You know, like there's fires and stuff. No one's helping. Neither, like the state is doing very little. The Russian airbase is right there, but they're sending water dumps to Israel, like to shut down their fires, not to the one next to the station. And I remember that bothered so many people. That bothered so many people. And you had these corrupt people like you had Bashar's cousin running the Syria Tel, like the Syrian like internet, like Syrian telecommunications. He purged them eventually, but it's like, why was his family being involved in it? Like that was not a thing before. Like the closest thing was Hafiz al-Assad's brother ran the Republican Guards. That's the closest thing we had to that sort of family corruption. Like, that's not even corruption. That's like his military competency, because he was always a military guy that was high up. That was just coincidence. And even purged his brothers. It wasn't like they got along. But yeah, later on in the war, all the corruption got bad. And it got so bad. I remember people used to be like, we want a commission headed by Bashar himself. We don't want any of you guys. You're all corrupt. Because you had people who would inspect for corruption, but they were more corrupt than everyone else. You know what I mean? Like for example, in Syria, you'd put price controls. Business people would lift price controls, like behind the scenes. And the corruption inspector was supposed to check on that. He would just take money for that, and he would just never say anything about it. And this was caught by the government. The government knew that. They were like, what the fuck? What is going on here? Super corruption. And I need to say this too in the Syrian war. The people most loyal to the government, and this needs to be emphasized. The people who are most loyal to the government suffered the most under the government. Those who used to make people suffer under Assad, they went with opposition. That's the fucking truth. That's the fundamentally, this is the fucking truth. And no opposition guy will ever tell you that. A lot of them were what you call dogs of the regime, right? Like those people would ruin your family. Not just you, your entire family would ruin you for a position. Fanatical Assad people. Like fanatical. Right? And people were poor and suffered and didn't like Assad. When the war happened, they said we stand with the state. We're not gonna allow Syria to die. Right? That was most those people, they said that. A lot of the Syrian Arab army was poor people. People couldn't afford much. And they didn't do it for the salary. The salary didn't cover anything. It was easier to just go abroad. But they decided to stand there and fight and just they rather eat barely anything than, give up the country. And then 2024 happened. December, and I will call it just what it is. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat. It was a coup backed by Syria's then allies and by Syria's own elite. A lot of it. That's objectively true. I'm willing to go that far. Deals were made with bigger states, with the United States, Turkey, and all these states. And basically, Turkey and Israel have trusteeship over Syria. That's what they agreed upon. They run that country. And they decided to have an Al Qaeda affiliate run the country. And the whole world accepted it. The whole world, like, there was no, like, look, what the hell is this? That's not how this works. You can't just have an Al Qaeda affiliate that was terrorist listed in the UN until, like, months ago. Come there and run the state, and everyone just accepts it. The UN accepts it. Everyone accepts it. How was that allowed? And they don't even go by for record. They made their own laws and shit. They don't follow their own laws. I need to note that. That needs to be fucking noted. Not that a transitional power would even have the authority to change the constitution, make up laws, and appoint self-appointing presidents and self-appointed ministers. That's fucking unheard of. Especially because if you're gonna be like, well, you support revolution, Heydarist, what would you not support that? I'm not the one making legalist arguments. These guys are trying to do the legalist thing, right? To be like, oh, it's the institutions and the state, and we want a modern state, and we save the country, and we want democracy. They're saying that, not me, right? And Syria still has no proper elections. It doesn't. All parties, for record, you guys know why? Like, all parties in Syria got banned, right? Like the National Progressive Front parties. So like, oh, they support the regime. No, I can tell you the most opposition people I've met in my life were people from those parties. Syrian communists opposed Assad better than anyone else, like in a real sense. Same with the Syrian social nationalists. One of them opposed, look, both of them opposed on the economics and the trajectory of the state. So pan-Arabism, pan whatever, right? They opposed that. They opposed corruption. They opposed the marketization of things. They opposed the business people. Jolani emphasizes the business people and capitalization, mass privatization, shock therapy, but it keeps pan-Islamic and pan-Arab LARP. Who's really changing things? You know what I mean? Like they've kept the worst of the old government and they've just shock therapy on it, right? Which fundamentally, when you think about it, is what they did in Russia too with Yeltsin. They took the worst aspects of the Soviet Union and they put it in place and just put a fuck ton of shock therapy and destroy the economy and people's living standards. That's what they did here. Yeah, it's copy paste, dude. I'm telling you, they copy paste these scripts. They did this on everyone. Every single socialist state or whatever state that fell, they do the copy scripts like thing. You were all of Eastern Europe was. I'm not even joking, and you guys especially, yeah. They did the division and all that, like, the divide and conquer strat. That was a huge aspect too. And they did this with everyone. I don't think there's any exceptions. Can anyone think of an exception? Everyone went through this. Even the one that they portray as like their miracle child, like Poland. Poland went through shock therapy. It wasn't easy for Poland. Poland is expensive. Don't look at on the internet. Talk to Polish people and see what they tell you about their living standards. Poland is not this luxurious country. They suffer. I feel bad for people, dude. Like everyone had to go through that, right? But I think a lot of people are developing consciousness when it comes to this, like to understand what it is. That's why they probably are so Western. If you've noticed, yes, yes, yes. Their politics, they never made sense to me. It's like, why is it to that level? Like even for Poland, it doesn't make any sense. It makes sense. It is with everyone, dude. Like, yeah, of course, the Balkans, everyone's the same. Ex-Yugoslavia, Albania, Bulgaria. I think Bulgaria is the one least because the communist memory is so ingrained in Bulgaria that even the Social Democrats there rep that period. It's very deep and personal to them. Yeah, Bulgaria is also hurt. Like Bulgaria had last second, like through 1 second gap, got in the euro, and everyone's pissed about it. It's actually fucked up. And all these countries suffer. All these countries had clout. I should note that. All these countries had clout. Yugoslavia had clout. Zhivkov was walk scot free giving interviews well into the 90s. Yes, because they liked him. Dude, Zhivkov is like, you go to Bulgaria, they have statues to him to this day. They love him. It's similar to Mongolia. You know, Mongolia to this day, their communist period is celebrated by their social democrats. They're not ashamed of it. They're proud of it, dude. It's insane. It's like you can clearly tell it's the same party. You know, like you can actually tell. But I think Mongolia is in a better position for it. They're not like Bulgaria. Zhivkov was nonchalant. Yeah, he was. He was. He did a lot of things I can't even talk about on Twitch, but he's an interesting figure. I'll say that he's an interesting figure. You can read into him. You'll see a lot of things that like was unique to him, unique to Bulgaria. Bulgaria was also crazy because they was trying to like incite uh Turkish Greek wars as well. Like they were trying very hard at that. You know, like Bulgaria was very dead set. Excursion to Istanbul. Yeah, yeah. A lot of look. He supported a lot of vacation trips. He was a very tourist oriented guy. You know, I mean, Bulgaria was a tourist spot. You know, like I'm pulling that out of my ass. Um, like Varna, bro. You know, like Varna, bro. You know, like nice spots. Yeah, it makes me sad. All these countries suffer this, dude. All of them suffer this. Ukraine went from being a country on the standard of Western Germany, like economically speaking, to now it's not even gone up from the 90s. Like the 90s standard is higher. And you know how horrific that like 90s is like the worst for every country. You know, it's like if you're not in the Western country, obviously, but like for the Eastern Bloc country, like yeah, that's the worst time. How are they lower than that? That's I'm not even talking during the war. I'm talking pre-war even. Like this was very, it was very bad, and it was only getting worse with the war. You know, like all you can do is really like wish the best for these people. Borna is goaded too, but too many Roma. I haven't met that many Roma, dude. I'm be real. Only outside Lidl sometimes, and living alright. I do want to go to Varna. I'm gonna be real. Bulgaria seems like a good tourist place, like trip to make. But I've heard many stories are kind of sad. Like there's this guy who went to Bulgaria and he talked to this Bulgarian taxi driver. And it's like, we had it very good back then. Now you'll see women are selling themselves. It's not like before. Bulgaria nowadays is a lot of that. It made me sad actually. Like I felt for him. Like you could hear in his voice, he didn't like that. He's just talking about the downfall of the country, and yeah, it's sad. All these countries have that. Look, Syria. You might remember Syria when I was like I remember Syria, right? Syria was economically speaking going rivaling Saudi Arabia, and it wasn't skyscraper business shit. That was just money, right? Living standard, and within my own lifetime, it's gone from that to 80% poverty rate by the UN's definition. And if you know the UN's definition, the poverty rate, what me and you would consider poverty, is not poverty according to the UN. So the fact that 80% of the population lives like pure poverty like that, that's insane. Like UN's definition of poverty. And people online will celebrate this as a victory. Diaspora will celebrate this. Fanatical political Islamists will claim this as their victory because, well, now they can build a mosque every 2 meters. People can't eat. People can't feed their kids. People like they end their lives because how much this is like for them. And people don't understand that. Like Syria is not this. People have a. I don't know what people think privatization does to economies, dude. So many people got fired. So many doctors got fired. It's yeah. Is something happening? What the fuck did I just see? Iranian rockets and Lebanese rockets to Israel. Interesting. 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 and yeah, no. All these countries suffer the same script. It's definitely the same people writing the scripts of what should happen to these countries. Who comes to power, all of that. Like they write it down. All of them do. Like I know we disagree on Albania, bro, but even Albania, when you look at how it died, like what they did to it, you'll see that even the little that they were able to build, they dismantled. And who did they put in charge? The descendants of fascist collaborators. And you know, at least in Macedonia, these places they respect Tito and stuff. In Albania, they tore up Hoja's grave and moved his body away at night so people wouldn't freak out. Like that sort of disrespect is like fucking insane. And they did the same thing in Syria. They destroyed Hamza al-Assad's grave. Like, what do you even say to that? Like, when you like, dude, sacrifice to the dead as well is like, I don't know how I feel about that, dude. But it's just here's how I view it too, though, right? They put a precedent. Oh, that in Bulgaria by the Tito's mausoleum. I'll go there to try some. Yeah, you dude. That's fuck that, bro. That's evil. To me, that's such a deep evil, dude. To me, that's like a huge evil. I'm very against shit like that. But they put this president. It's like they shouldn't like for their own end. Okay, like you don't want to do that because think about it tomorrow. Like what? Let's say the Reds win, right? The communists win, and what if they start fucking pulling your graves out? You know, like do they ever consider that you've put that president? I won't even feel bad. Like at that point, I won't feel bad. You know, like if tomorrow, like like some this guy wins in Syria, right? And like, oh, they destroyed our leader's grave. We're gonna destroy their leaders' graves. It's like, what are you gonna say? Like, yeah, it's an eye for an eye at that point. I can't say anything about it. But I don't like that sort of evil. It is evil fundamentally. And I always say this: it's easier to be evil than good. I think that's why because these guys want the easy path, an easy and evil fucking path. That's what they want. Dude, Iran has been very impressive in this war. I'm not gonna lie. The more I look at it, I saw some tweet before that said Syria should have done the same thing, and it's like, dude, we don't. Syria, Syria had military infrastructure, yes, but not to that level, dude. Syria had a desperate plan. Syria had a plan of let's have the chemical warheads in case, because it's like if they want to go for that, we'll just launch chemical rockets at them. We'll go full illegal mode. That was Syria's strategy, and yeah, but Syria was key. Syria was key. The 2006 war in Lebanon, the 90s in Lebanon, like all that was Syria. Even the Kurdish issue in Turkey, a lot of it was Syria. I'll be very honest. Syria played a role that it dying ruined that region. Rebels and Paris, there are like four countries that can stand up to Washington. Syria and Venezuela aren't among them. True, they're not among them, but it makes you sad, bro. That's the truth. It does make you sad. Because I'll be honest, when Syria died, a part of me died. Like I'll be honest, it's like, especially like if you have family who are military people, they're the most hurt because they remember so much. They remember how much it took to build all of that, right? And seeing it all destroyed in those days. Like, when the government fell and they started just airstriking all the military stuff, all the secret sites, all the like, Syria put so much effort, and yeah, it's depressing, dude. It's actually depressing, and all this comes from the fact you cannot be a reformist in this world, bro. You have to be a hardliner. It all boils down to that. Don't do the fucking social market reformism. None of that. We don't need any of those reforms. Don't do that. Emphasize national economy, national industry, self-reliance. Emphasize that. Don't do this whole like you're not gonna be China, bro. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna go into global economics and then be best friends with everyone and then also still do a regional war. You can't do those things, dude. You can't. And I always say this, like there are things you can't do. Cuba is looking like they're gonna cook. I think Cuba. I haven't seen with that. I don't think Cuba is gonna go for that. I don't view Cuba like Venezuela, and I have a reason for that. A lot of my friends they've gone to Cuba and Venezuela, all these places where they see the differences between them. Big thing in Cuba, and I said this is a huge difference. Venezuela, yes, inspired us. I'll be honest. Hugo Chavez, I'll always remember Hugo Chavez, right? I can be proud to say I lived during Chavez, right? But Venezuelan society and Cuban society is so different because in Cuba, here's the thing: in Venezuela, you have a lot of desperate people and a lot of people who are, let's just say, they're willing to take compromises, right? Cubans are very poor. I'll be honest; they endure a lot. But one thing you'll see with the Cubans, and this is even when they would talk with people, like these people who go to Cuba, since the 90s to today, they haven't changed one bit. They're super steadfast. Like you won't find cucks among them. You're not gonna see that. Maybe in the top, maybe like that's why I'm saying I'm not sure. Right? Maybe at the top there's crazy people, but the population in Cuba is willing to suffer just so he doesn't give up. That's their mindset. That's a mindset Arabs don't have. For example, like in Syria and Iraq, these places they don't. But Trump is that he's not keen on the ideological bullshit in his interventions. He wants a guy to cuck out. He wants a traitor. He wants a million Gorbachevs. That's what he wants. Um, and I think it looks for weak people. That's what he's trying to look for. But I don't think with Cuba that you can even get that. Apparently, they're trying to talk with one of Castro's relatives. That's what I heard a while ago. But I don't know if he's gonna go for that. I don't know if it's even. I just don't know what Cuba would do, right? If America invades Cuba, what the fuck are they gonna do? It's not like before. They don't have the same friends or anything. Maybe they have a fuck ton of weapons and they'll just do like insurgencies or whatever. You never know with these places. But the problem is again, Cuba is an island, right? I mean that's what's annoying. Like Venezuela, I was kind of confident with because if they land, let's say American troops go into Venezuela, you still have the neighboring countries who can send people in. The Colombia's entire border region is a insurgency area. I don't know. Or maybe hardliners do as well as Escobar Padrino. Yeah, but that's clearly not the case. On paper is one thing. Like, for example, Anwar Sadat of Egypt, right? We all know Anwar Sadat is like the big cuck they had. He was a hardliner on paper too, but then he was the biggest reformist ever. That's why you need proper hardliner factions. So I don't know. We need to understand these things properly. Cuba, at least, I'll say this as well. They're already dismantling social programs. Yeah, they're already working on that, dude. It's actually fucked up. Like, it's depressing. But I think it can backfire. Dude, it can backfire very hard. Because people don't understand Venezuela is the reason that government was even in place is because of what the poor there suffered. And why they were willing to fight during an invasion is because they want to keep all these programs. They want to keep all this stuff. They want to keep everything they've built. They don't want to dismantle that. So I think it can backfire very hard if they try to go for that. For better or for worse. But I know the Cubans, it's sort of back for the collectivos. The collectivos. Yeah, but yeah. Of course it's gonna backfire. Because those are the armed poor guys. So only time will tell, right? But Cuba, I would say, is not like Venezuela. They're fundamentally different. And I think it comes from even just how the states are built, right? Like Cuba is this ML state, and Venezuela is a state that's been trying to ease into a form of social democracy that's passionate, right? Not just social, but passionate, right? Like very strong feelings, more revolutionary in that sense, but not fundamentally speaking, they're trying to do what people try to do in Europe. Not that it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong by them, but it leaves too much open space for enemies and all that. It does. And that's the biggest issue that came with the Bolivarian Revolution. They didn't get rid of the old completely. The one thing that they did do that was impressive was the judiciary. They secured the judiciary, right? That's how they secured all the reforms. But yeah, getting your president kidnapped like that and people being killed, strange, dude. Oh, dude, fucking. I don't know. I know what's gonna happen though. I think he's trying to go all out with Iran and he wants to end it quick, but the Iranians don't want to end it. Which I said, strategically speaking, that's how they should think about it. Because these guys wanted a quick 3-day thing, like Venezuela, but they want to drag this out like this out at least for a decade. You know how fucking insane that sounds? Also, Trump is not making sense. I don't know if you've noticed. When Trump speaks, he's literally just fucking he's contradicting himself repeatedly. Not like one or twice, like 100 times in one sentence. He will contradict himself now. He's actually losing his mind. And yeah, I don't think it's. I think something's going on that we don't know about. Okay, there's a lot of stuff on Telegram I can't fucking show. Thing got lobotomized. I think there's something else, but I don't know if we can talk about it on Twitch. But there's definitely other stuff happening, I'll be honest. A lot of other stuff is happening to him, I think. Yes, I think a lot of blackmail is involved. I think he's generally terrified. That's why he's like mumbling and rumbling and just going crazy and nuts. There's definitely something weird. Because even look at even what Lindsey Graham says. He says he goes to Israel and he talks to these people, and they told him and showed him more stuff than the U.S. state ever would show him. And he was pressuring the U.S. government on their behalf. Like a lot of those people, Republicans went there. There was a whole network of people that were trying to pressure the government. And we know already the look, the Epstein emails to Epstein files, a lot of it got released and a lot of it got taken back after this war. Isn't that weird? And then whenever a new thing would show up, they would just the news Tucker Corp is that they're showing a polls where people support Iran war 90 to 10%. The stupid Trump never. Can I say something about Trump? Trump doesn't give a fuck about what people think. That's how he operates. He doesn't care about what's popular or not popular. It's how he operates. Otherwise, he would never do his original shtick. He likes to be the anti-system guy. He likes to be that. He wants to be the exception. He wants to be this unique thing, right? Which it's smart for businessmen. That's smart. You should do that. But it's like, yeah, if you think that's gonna make him anti-war, no, he's not. He's gonna go further into the war. He's gonna go further into it. But I don't think it's smart for him. That's why I think he's now trying to backtrack. He's like, oh, well, Iran only has 20% of their missile stockpile. Yeah, but they're increasing the tons of it. That's a fucking lie, dude. They're increasing their fucking rockets now. Like the Iranians are actually playing this smart, this war, I think. It's just, yes, poor people, like civilians suffer. The people suffer, right? But the military infrastructure, it's surviving. Like I even saw they're fueling the rockets. Like when they fuel the rockets, they don't take them outside. They have them in their like secret like underground places. Like holy shit, dude! Like even for fuel, you're not even bringing it out. That's insane, dude. Super advanced, like the way they operate everything, the way that they hold the economy now and all that. It's very interesting, honestly. And the way they still have this regional. My Iranian friend told me that a nuke is in progress. What do you think? I don't know, but I can I say that I hope so? Because I want peace. That's what I'm saying. I want peace in the world. I think all states should have nuclear weapons. Either no one has nukes or everyone has nukes. That's my line on the matter. So yes, and I think it's possible under the new supreme leader, Mustafa Khamenei. Yeah, yours. Dude, you don't think the lyrics you're thinking about, bro. We're going with official. I like the song though. Unironically, I do like the song though. It sends me back all our memories. Um, no, but look, Iran should get nuclear weapons already. I genuinely believe that. Even in Europe, like there were reports that Poland want to get nuclear weapons, and I actually supported that. I said, yeah, Poland should get nuclear weapons. Even the Nordics, they should get. I agree with that because I think it's the first step to sovereignty. It is objectively. And think of this ahead as well. I don't think it's gonna be the case in Iran, but think about in Poland, right? You never know if a government changes in Poland, and suddenly you have this crazy Polish government with nuclear weapons. You know, I don't know. Just thinking about that. Like imagine like imagine endo communist like state with nuclear weapons, especially in the context with this conflict. I don't know. That would be interesting to look at. Endo communist Polish People's Republic with like IRGZ type shit. With like their crazy rockets. Nuclear Poland could just easily be a threat to Brussels as to Moscow. True. That's the thing. Like it's a step to sovereignty, right? And I'm just saying a nuclear weapons Poland, think of it this way. If let's say our side wins in Poland, yes, you already have nuclear weapons. You didn't have to go through that whole thing. You already have it. you know? That's how you gotta think of it. Same with Russia. That's why I'm not against Russia having nukes, right? Or any other state having nukes. I'm very for more countries having nuclear weapons. I think it's a good step. It it does encourage some form of sovereignty, and it guarantees your future later on. It does. I fundamentally believe that. Like, yeah, I'm not talking about Donald Tusk, right? But if you have like funny people in charge, like, yeah, we abandoned the nuke in the 70s for loans. I don't talk about that a lot. Yeah, that's fucked up, bro. You shouldn't have told me that though, dude. Now I'm gonna use that in arguments. I mean, like, dude, you guys could have had a nuke and you guys took loans. But if Yugoslavia had nukes, it would have been like nuclear, low key. But then again, I think the state was getting compromised at some point. It actually was, especially towards the end. So I don't know how much you would have, because you have to remember the Soviet Union had nukes and they didn't stop anything. So you still need to keep it clean on the inside, you know. I think a lot of states they focus just on the outside, not the inside, and I think yeah, people need to emphasize both. Both are needed. Yeah, the state was it's assembling after the 74 constitution. They wouldn't do shit. Yeah, it's sad. That actually, I mean, that's depressing, dude. Saudi Aramco confirmed plans to have East and West pipeline operating at full capacity within 2 days. Yeah, I don't think that pipeline is gonna go that well, dude. 14 strategic bombers currently in the UK preparing for sorties against Iran. What do you think about Orban kidnapping Ukrainians and their gold? Honestly, I view it as very petty neighboring beef. You know, like, to me, in my eyes, this is something that would happen between like Hungary and Slovakia just like a few years ago. I don't even think it's that they're kidnapping Ukraine. I think it is Ukrainians who are not trying to get drafted and go to Hungary, and Ukraine government doesn't like that. I think that's the fundamental thing. I know, like, oh, what are you saying, Adrian? But it's true, dude. I know those cases. Like we have, like there are Hungarians in Ukraine that have been killed trying to avoid the draft, and of course Hungary has interest among them. It's normal. They even now would have interest with what happened to Assyrians in Iran. It's normal. Orban has leverage to play his games. I'll give him credit for it. Yeah, but what I worry is that I'm not even talking about Zelensky. I think the SBU can be nuts. Like they can attempt scary shit. But if they do, it's also dumb because then it can backfire so fucking hard. So it's like Zelensky's threat to Orban was very like, come on, bro, calm down. You're trying to join the EU, but you're gonna threaten like an EU head of state. Come on, dude. Dude, I love that everyone's posting monkey gifs with Trump, dude. Trump claims Iran had far more missiles. Wait, I gotta read it. Look at this. This shit is frying me, dude. Yeah, even the opposition was gonna lose badly. Zelensky for a threat. Yeah, it's stupid. Like, why would he do that? It's not bright, you know. It's not. And the truth is, what Zelensky has done, and I don't want to go into. I'm not saying anything TOS, but what Zelensky is doing now with Iran, it's just gonna get him so much fucking hate, dude. Like even among the Ukrainians, because look, the Ukrainians already deal with a lot of shit as it is. Like it's war, okay? Drones, bombs, rockets, all this, and you wanna go die for Dubai? Why would the fuck would you wanna go die for Dubai, bro? When Kiev is getting bombed, the capital is getting bombed, bro. The capital, bro, the capital city. I don't know. And I know Ukrainians are pissed about that. A lot of them are. And clearly, whatever runs Ukraine has no loyalty to Ukraine. That's the truth. They don't have any loyalty to it as a nation, as a state. They don't have loyalty to it. Nobody in that country runs anything at this point. Yeah, nobody does. Especially not the people. Like those are the people I care about their interests more than anyone else. Right, in Ukraine itself, and the people. Yeah, they suffer, dude. To me, it's a tragedy. I don't like Slavs suffering, dude. Of course, other people do, like Hungarians and the Romanians who live there, and even the Tatars. Like me and Crimean Tatars don't get along, but even they shouldn't have to endure that. People call Brexit a mistake. At least did a lot, bro. Just so you know that we saw the strikes in Lebanon, right? That Israel did. What's the beef with the Crimean Tatars? It's supposed to be on the different side of things. You know what I mean? Same with Circassians. Like I don't hate them. We get along. Like when it's friends, we get along. But we're definitely on the other side of things. Like they flee from the Russians, they go to the Ottomans. We flee the Ottomans, we go to the Russians. Like we're like the complete opposite. Like we're like mirror of each other, dude. Yeah, as you can see, the EU is back on the usual. Hezbollah's decision to attack Israel in support of Iran endangers the entire region. Israel has the right to self-defense aligned with international law. At the same time, Israel's heavy-handed response is causing mass display and further stabilizing a fragile situation. So, does Israel, when it says Israel has the right to self-defense aligned with international law? And by the way, this is not even true because Israel was attacking Lebanon previously, like before 15 months. They've been attacking Lebanon nonstop. They never stopped with bombing Lebanon. And Israel's right self-defense, yeah, did that priest deserve that? Did that fucking priest deserve that? That's their self-defense, dude. Bombing priests. What was that priest going? He was a pro-peace guy. Well, also Syria is now threatening Lebanon too, bro. Isn't that interesting? Okay, let's see what's going on. The Interior Ministry's car in Syria is equivalent to an employee's salary ministry for 40 years. Yeah, okay. It's fucking absurd. Your ex, I'll make your life complex. No max, be cool and just relax. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing the satellite images, dude. Holy shit. I think we can show this. This is actually, I can show this on stream without fear. This is in Kuwait. Before and after the hits. This is all satellite imagery. Yeah, they fucking hit them, dude. Dude, they fucking hit him, dude. Holy shit. This is Bahrain. Okay. That one wasn't too crazy. Okay, it's hit them. It's not too. I don't know. Oh, actually, never mind. Yeah, they hit them hard, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, okay, bro. Okay, dude. Very precise strikes. I'll be fair, dude. Like, holy shit. Okay, yeah, yeah. Dude, yeah, they hit the shit out of them. Holy fuck. Okay, whatever this has got fucking obliterated. Our runway at the U.S. base in Kuwait was hit. They even hitting their yeah for the jets. I like how they self-exposed though. I don't know if you saw that. Did you see like the Gulf states were denying that they were helping the U.S. attack Iran, and then the U.S. like Central Command and posted the fucking thing. Iran actually has better intel than I thought with some of these precise strikes. Yeah, it's me too. I was surprised. I was like, what the fuck? Look, they're hitting what they're supposed to hit. They're hitting exactly what they want. Oh, dude, another. Oh my fucking god! Yeah, look at this. They hit it again. Seems. These Chinese satellites are very useful. Holy shit! They're actually giving you like, because you know they're censoring this stuff right now, right? But on the Chinese satellites, it actually shows the actual damage. Oh, but the other ones, Iran sent that. Oh, okay. There's one with Russians also help with intel. I heard about that in that report. CNN said that. Did you see that in Greece? There was a Georgian guy trying to give Iran intel on the U.S. base, like some random Georgian dude. He was like trying to fucking give them like the info, like trying to sneak in, and they caught him. Yeah, so this was the U.S. Army's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Okay, so we have the captions. This is, yeah, Jordan. This is the residence of the officers. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain. Jet fuel tanks in Kuwait. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. I see. I see what y'all are doing. I see what y'all are doing. I have to be careful because a lot of this is just like actual rockets and people being blown up. So I have to be careful. The US consulate in Toronto got attacked, apparently. Police have not identified a suspect so far. Okay. You know what's the latest terrible thing? Ironic air strikes in Israel itself, at least statistically, tactically. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like that's true, dude. Yeah, they're all also hitting their stuff. They're hitting their oil and stuff. They're hitting like the reports, but they're hitting U.S. interests. And yes, a lot of it is in the Gulf. They're right. A lot of it is stationed in the Gulf, and the U.S. is trying to withdraw from the Gulf, but I think they're just gonna chase them, like out of the region. I think that's what their strat is. Lithuanian president stated that Moldova and Ukraine joining the EU by 2030 is a strategic goal. Can I just say something? When me and August from RTSG, when we went, we were out and we were trolling these like EU election people. Remember, we talked to the liberals, like to the libs, like the center party or the actual liberal party. I don't know. Yeah, it was them. And I says, I don't know what I was. I was talking about Ukraine or whatever, right? I was mentioning like, well, there's this and this in Ukraine. I said, yeah, yeah, maybe it'll take 40 years, 50 years for Ukraine to join the EU. And I was like, bro, 50 years? They're gonna die? And then after 50 years, they're gonna consider maybe they'll join the EU? Like, what the fuck? No, no, no. It was such a funny thing to me. It was like, what the fuck? Like, you guys aren't even hiding that you're gonna just make them wait forever. Ukraine expects to receive missiles for Patriot in exchange. Yeah, you're not getting any of that, bro. They're gonna send everything is gonna be sent to fucking like the Gulf will be eviscerated by the Iranians. And I think actually the Iranians will double down on supporting Russia now. Like before they were very neutral. Again, they gave Russia the drones, but for the most part they were very neutral. Now I don't think they're gonna be neutral anymore because yeah, Ukraine really pushed their fucking luck with this shit, dude. The Strait of Hormuz will either be a path of peace and prosperity for all, or a path of failure and suffering for warmongers. And that's what Ali Larijani tweeted 4 hours ago. I tweeted in a bunch of languages. Do you know Moldova is looking to ban the communist opposition for next election? Yes, they've been working on that for a while. Like, dude, the liberals in Moldova are actually evil. I'm not even joking. Like, on a deep level, because most of the shit is from outside. It's not inwards. Moldovans are very like hardline people. They're very hardline, and they hate that. So they resent their own population. I've never seen that level of hatred. Like, have you ever seen a referendum, bro, where the referendum is done from abroad? Like, that's insane. Yeah, exact fake diaspora vote dumps. Yeah. To me, that's evil, dude. That should not fucking count. Why don't they do that for Ukraine, by the way? Lol. Not that Ukraine would be bad, right? But even Ukraine, they won't do it because you know how much of a diaspora is like in the Russian-speaking countries. Like, they didn't go west; they went east. A lot of them. And you know they're gonna vote for most radical shit in Ukraine, and they would never be okay with that. So they're never gonna do that. I think in Moldova they didn't let the Russian diaspora vote, like the Moldovans in Russia, something like that. The ones from those countries couldn't vote, but the ones from the EU countries could vote. And let's be honest, you know, it's the embassy who counts the numbers, right? You know how easy it is to just fake that. Like, dude, the embassy can just write in a bunch of shit and just call it a day. Referendums should never be, even elections. Can I be honest? I think honestly, the diaspora should vote on elections. Like, unless they live there for a considerable amount of time or whatever. But generally speaking, if you're not at stake, you shouldn't vote, because that's the whole point of a vote. It's the will of the country and the future of it. If you're not gonna have your future there, why are you voting? You know, like, I don't. Like, whose future are you voting for? Four Iranian diplomats were killed in Beirut. Oh my fuck! Okay, I can show the other quote. I can't show the quote tweet on this. That was making me laugh. But look at this.
So how do you see this ending, this war?
I don't know, Sarah. I know this, that President Trump is the wrong guy to go up against. That's what I know.
Look at his face, bro. Look at him. Bro, is this a winning face? Like, he's not confident. He's just like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Dude, this is not, bro. This is cooked, bro. Let me keep this on the screen. I actually like this. This is a good screen to have. Like this, I like this. It's like this is the moment you know we've like this whole thing was a blunder, dude. You know, have you ever thought that if the Middle East had a Christian Iran, the world would not be ready for it? Like, I've thought about it sometimes. Like, that state would be terrifying for these people. Because it can catch people from their sphere, right? And that's yeah. Just saying though. Just saying. Just saying. I'm not proposing anything, but Christian Iran would be locked in. Christian Iran would be fucking terrifying. Can you imagine that? The Christian Revolutionary Guards? Dude, they just have these secret bases and shit. Like, dude, it'd be terrifying, dude. Like, you know how the IRGC has like sectors for every like continent? Imagine that, like for these guys. Like it would be fucking whoa. That face would be worse. But I don't know how the system would work. Like I don't think I don't know, that system would have to be kind of nuclear. Like how would you make like something like the Islamic Republic work with, Christianity? I've thought about it. Because yeah, the supreme leader has to be like very political though. Like, he has to be locked in. He has to be selected by the right people and all that, and he needs to be like you know what? And I'll say this. Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up, noob? What's good? Look at this guy's face, bro. Does he look like a winner to you? Oh, dude, it's insane. He does not look like a winner, dude. He does not. He even says like, "Oh, I don't know." Like, look at this clip, bro. Look at this clip. I love this clip. I need to replay on
So
this.
how do you see this ending, this war?
I don't know, Sarah. I know this, that President Trump is the wrong guy to go up against. That's what I know.
No, no, dude. You just know, like, just his face. His face is telling, bro. I don't know, but Trump is the coolest guy ever. But no, dude, no. We knew it was possible that they might be close to procuring a weapon. Yeah, shut the fuck up, bro. I hope they acquire a new weapon, because then we'll have peace. That's the truth. No one will dare touch them, and we'll all be good. Yeah, no, bro. No, but now when I think about it, right? What would like a Christian version of music is too loud? It's not that loud, bro. It's not that loud. Trans regime is fundamentally Indian in character. It's very Modi coded. It is. It is very Modi coded. But I would argue there's real reason for that. Like it's not like from the air. Like these people are from the same circles and stuff. They have the same function. It's kind of weird. Um, no, the more I think about it, like I don't know what Trump's motivation here is so fucking strange, dude. Like actually, the Democrats are Browns compared to these cunts. Yeah, I would say here's how I view it, right? The Democrats, how I view it, is they're just dishonest about it more. Trump is also dishonest, but I think they're trying to catch two different types of people, right? But I think America is fundamentally the same, like both sides of their political scene. That's why they should have moved on by now. They shouldn't have a two-party system, but there they are still at it. And the worst thing is, even if they move past it, this was fucked up, right? And we in Europe will know this. At most, they'll change the five-party state, which is functionally the same thing as well, just like most of Europe. That's the scary thing about it. Like, yeah, even when they fix themselves, they'll just be cooked like the rest of us. Like they're just extra cooked. And the scary thing is they have nuclear weapons, so they're even scarier. When they have the military might and they control the world, like it's terrifying. I don't know, bro. I don't know. To me, all of this politics is fake. I'll be honest. All of it is fake. All of it is these people with their networks and their connections and this and that, and they'll be run by like a pedophile named Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, that's their entire politics. It boils down to that. And even in Europe, it's the same. Like a lot of it's the same. X administration. Oh, I mean, like it's the whole thing is ran from Twitter. It actually is. Like, it's all like Twitter people, and that makes me like resent it more, if anything, because it feels so slop, dude. You know what I mean? It's like edgy. So it feels so Reddit, bro. Like I don't like it. How is this more Reddit than Dark Brandon? You guys remember Dark Brandon? That whole meme they're trying to push. Like this is more Reddit than that. Like it's so absurd. The worst thing. Look, I'll tell you the worst part. The worst part is literally the fact that they run the world. Is r slash the left can meme? Yeah, it actually is that. I'm not even joking. But what's more insane, they run the world, bro. This is not like some account we're shitting on, right? This is not like we're roasting Assam Piker and Destiny and Asmongold. This is not that. This is the state. Okay? This state runs the world currently. Whether we like it or not, the United States runs the world. So yes, like what the fuck? It's fucking insane, dude. I don't like his face though. His face is all you gotta know. Someone should screenshot that face and say the whole like, if you only you knew how bad things really are. And I'll take the copy. You can do copyright Heydarist on it, right? But it's such a perfect image for that. You know, if only you knew how bad things really are. Is that fucking face? I don't know, bro. The United States scares me, bro. It scares me. On a fundamental level, it scares me, right? Because you know what I've realized with the United States and why I can never move there? Not only does it feel fake, right? Everything feels not real. But there's also this one aspect that you see Trump appointing Erica Kirk to some defense board. Yeah, that's just like when you appoint people you know to like that's just bro, that's just what it's called. What the fuck do you call it? It's like corruption, but it's like personal, like family shit. People you know. Nepotism. It's like a lot of nepotism, dude. Erica Kirk definitely cheated, by the way. I need to note that. She definitely cheated. And I'm not saying that as a positive thing. It's very evil. I think it's evil. I'm not even a Charlie Kirk guy. Like, you know, like, you guys are probably caught on the well, memes sometimes, but she definitely cheated. The pregnancy did not make sense with the timing and all that. That was definitely something. I heard people even say that there's like affairs with JD Vance and all that. And I kind of buy into it. I believe it. But no, when it comes to America, right? This is what scares me a lot. America terrifies me because not only is everything there fake, like have you seen their Fanta, bro? I watched this video of this Swedish streamer, CS streamer. She was drinking like Fanta. She said it's nothing like the Fanta we have, and it looks pure orange. Like not like orange, like natural orange, like from the fruit. It looks like orange, like color. The coloring is just spilled in. Even not JD Vance guys no pull influential people. They can look fucked. They can look like Jabba the Hutt and they'll pull. That's a fucked up thing. And I think with demons like that, they can get pulled by other demons. I believe that. So I think it could have been JD Vance. I actually believe it. But no, but man, it's so fucked up, dude. Like, also the fact that Americans, like, let's be honest, right? With United States, why are you guys okay with pedophiles ruling you? I don't get it. Like, you know, if we had, like, if anywhere else had like an Epstein case like that big, there would be protests. I'm not saying violence, just protests. You guys don't even have protests. You guys have memes. Like, what the fuck, bro? How do you guys just meme and make AI edits of shit and and then fundamentally everyone thinks it's cool or whatever? And I realized something. Most of those people just wish to be part of that club. They don't hate it. They just want to be part of the pedophile club. They're mad that they're not invited. They're like Elon Musk. You know, Elon Musk begged to be invited all the time, and he didn't get in. America's a travel as the trophy MK Ultra. I would say there's still some bright people there. I'm not judging all Americans. I'm never gonna do that. But it's like there's something they gotta think of it, bro. You gotta think of it, bro. Like there's a reason this wouldn't fly in most societies, you know? There's a reason for that. And yeah, yeah. I don't know, I could never see myself even visit. I'm also scared because you know they check if you've posted memes now. Like at least when you go to North Korea, they tell you to not bring in shit with you, right? No memes, none of that. It's fine. I get it. I just go in and I go out. In America, they check your social media history of 5 years, and then they can reject you or fucking put you in like a fucking camp. Yeah, they check my cousins. Dude, that shit's fuck that, bro. I'll never go to that place. Americans come visit me. You're welcome to my house. I don't care. You can. I respect all people. I have a fundamental, like I have a very humanist view. I respect all people. You can come to my place. I don't mind you, but you will never see me go to the United States. Even TwitchCon or something. I'll do TwitchCon Europe. I'll never go to America, dude. That to me, that's no. I'm not doing that. Maybe in 2035. I thought they said 2036, bro. I think that's the number they give. 2020. Yeah, 2036. Yeah, maybe. Because look, I have relatives in the United States, and I want to try their food. That's the one thing. I want to go to the United States for their food, which sounds stupid because people like it's all diseases. Yeah, it is. I want to try fat like food. I want to eat so much slop. I love that. I want burgers, bro. I want that, and it's like, but I've heard even McDonald's here is better. You know, I've heard Burger King in Turkey is the best. And I can confirm that from my experience, Burger King in Istanbul, I still reminisce about it. It's one of my best experiences. I think it's because they get it fresh or whatever. Even here, when I first had Burger King here, it was so good. Yeah. Yeah, America is just, I'm scared of that place, dude. I am. So yeah, a country that will prosecute you for stuff like it's, I don't know. If I make fun, you can't say, bro, delete that, bro. Delete that fucking, bro. I'll say, we're on Twitch, bro. Dude, we're on Twitch. You can't say that. It's TOS, bro. Sorry, Twitch. Okay, bro, this fucking guy. I don't know how to delete comments, bro. I need my mod. Fuck, I gotta tell him, dude. Delete comment. Delete. Delete. Yeah. Anyways, if I go to McDonald's, I only order chicken as based. Actually, dude, McDonald's chicken is very good. When I was a kid, um, not kid, I was like a teenager, I think, but near my school we had a McDonald's. And to get a bang for my buck, I would get chicken burgers. All right, so you could buy a cheeseburger or you could buy a small chicken burger. And I kept buying the chicken burger because the chicken burger made me full. It actually did that. Like cheeseburger, I could eat 5 of them, I wouldn't be full. Chicken burger, 1 or 2, I'm done. I don't need more. Chicken burgers do the job, dude. They also have spicy nuggets here sometimes. They're very good. That's some nuggets, and I give leftovers to my cats. You know, when I eat it, dude. Ungrateful cat, bro. No, dude. They need to internationalize spicy nuggets. Cereal called their food I saw, what the fuck was that about? Yeah, I saw that. Luckily, I haven't eaten McDonald's in a while because I'll tell you something funny. Yeah. No, dude, you know what's fucked up? Um, you haven't eaten McDonald's in a while because I decided after it was after Venezuela, I think. I said I was gonna boycott anything from the United States. But that's not really true because I still like have Coke, like Coca-Cola, and even Burger King sometimes. Like I had it once after that, but I was like fundamentally no, I'm not gonna have anything American. Fuck McDonald's. I'm never going to McDonald's again. It represents imperialism, bro. And I was hell bent on that. Like actually, I think that's kind of on a moral level. I felt proud about that. Like I didn't have McDonald's. That could have been the easy pick. Fuck, now I'm getting hungry, bro. I want to order food. Did boycotting McDonald's by the pro Palestine card accomplish anything? Not really, not really. Plus, I gotta tell you right now, a lot of them would still just do it anyways. But I don't think it's a pro-Palestine thing. I'll be honest. Like, if I look at it fundamentally, boycotting McDonald's is just you're against the dollar. That's how I view that. It's so American. It's insane. Like McDonald's is such an American thing. Like McDonald burger. You know, like it's the most American thing ever in my eyes. Right. That's why it's like if you're gonna be anti-US, you have to go anti-McDonald's a bit. You know. Like look at Trump, Donald, like McDonald Trump. You know, like it's kind of funny. No, boycotts a lot of time don't work unless they're fundamental, you know. Whether they think boycotting Coke or McDonald's does anything, at least most care about profit anymore. No, not just that, it doesn't do the damage. You know, it doesn't do the damage people think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They don't get profit from sales; they get it from elsewhere. And also, it's just a lot of people. They still will make up the money. That's the truth. They will always still make up the money. If they want to do actual damage, I can't say it because it will be me breaking TOS. But if you want to do damage, there's real way to do damage. It's not through not buying Big Macs. But when I quit McDonald's for a bit, that was purely from my morality. It's not because of like I know I'm not changing anything, right? But at personal level, I feel sick if I get something from a something like that. You know what I mean? That was how I was rationalizing after the Venezuela thing. Because you have to remember, most of my life, damage came from that country. Most of my life. Sweden's downfall, it's linked to the United States. What happened to Syria, linked to the United States. The Middle East as a whole, United States. Eastern Europe, where I have a lot of my family, also United States. Even the post-Soviet Union, where I have a lot of my family, United States. Everything I could link it to that, right? So at some point, you don't want to touch it, you know? Is there something bad to happen to them? No, nobody deserves something bad to happen to them, but Americans ruling class should not be the ruling class. That's all I'm saying. They're evil people. Those guys at the top in the United States are evil people, like to a deep level. I just realized what music is playing, and it's not good. It's not good for discussing. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, no, the like bro, can I take off the hat? No, I cannot take off the hat, bro. It looks like a mess. Never ask a guy with hairline problems to fucking take off the hat. Never fucking do that. Leaked. Whoa. No, my hair is improving. It's not right now. My hair is actually healing, but it's. I need the hat. That makes me feel like a man. Okay. Should I order food? Sliding back in, bro. Order falafel. No, dude, if you're from the Middle East, you'll know it's what you eat when you're desperate for food. And yeah, I still have some. I don't know. I'm gonna go for it. Oh, dude, I should order Burger King, dude. What do I have right now? Oh, the Angry Whooper was good, dude. I'm not gonna lie. If you guys have it, get the Angry Whooper, bro. The Angry Whooper, sick, dude. The Angry Whooper. What the fuck did I call the Whooper, bro? The Angry Whooper. Um. mm, do you guys think that cheese is bad for you? I've heard this thing about dairy, not just cheese, dairy as a whole. It's not good for you if you're not trying to have fat. I mean, I don't care. I'll have like a cheeseburger or whatever, but I've heard it's not that good. And like a little cheeseburger, bro. Oh, you lactose? No, no, I can tolerate it. It's not a problem for me. Huh? Oh, never mind. I was so confused by like the cost. What the fuck? The Shkipa. Okay, bro. Okay, fucking bro. Don't bring your Balkan conflict here, bro. Okay. Alright, I ordered the stuff. Hopefully they accept it. Because sometimes what they do with Burger King is they're like, oh, we have too many people. We can't send you anything. Alright, they accepted it. Great, bro. Great. I haven't eaten like this for a while, so this is gonna be great. Anything new? Bro, where is the Israeli government? They're trying to work overtime to get me banned from this platform somehow. At some point. Commander of the IRGC, no aggressor ship has the right to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Nothing too crazy, nothing too new. Nothing too new, nothing too crazy. Iran published footage of their missiles towards Israel. Yeah, I can't really show that. There's so much I can't show, man. I hate how, like... Oh my god. The Kuwaiti people are known for mainly being fat. Kuwait. Why, man? Why? The United States has announced it's abandoning its military base in Saudi Arabia. Oh my god, they're actually leaving? I saw footage of a bunch of American troops leaving Saudi. CENTCOM. Yeah, whatever. Jerusalem. How do you actually think this shit ends slash when? I don't know. That's the scary part. But you know what I can tell you? Like confidently? I think for the first time, Iran can win. And I think that's the important thing. They have the capacity and potential to win this. I think they have. And I don't think this will end well for the US. I think because look, if they were gonna win, they would have won when they killed Khamenei. That's the truth. Because no other state would have survived that sort of thing. They would just find a pragmatist and just run with him and be whatever. But no, I think they've sealed a lot of that stuff with this. And if we're gonna think about blackmail, there's gonna be a lot of blackmail coming out. Yeah, but the Americans would have outsourced this shit to someone, but it's not working. I think they attempted it a bit, but no, it's not working at all. The regional countries can't do shit. America just used them, and now they're getting hit too. And then they were thinking about the Kurds. The Kurds don't want to take the risk, a lot of them, and they can't even. Like even if they want to, they can't make that run. And now they're talking with Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan won't even last days. Like I'll be honest, like people overestimate what Azerbaijan is able to pull off. Like it can't win in a war against Iran. It can't. Like it's just not fucking feasible. Of course, they don't want anyone to win. They want someone to distract, right? That's their strat. They want someone to come in and he just drags it out, and nothing happens. New satellite navigation interference observed near the coast of Ras Al Khaimah. Artificial vessel tracks show clear inconsistencies compared to satellite vessel movements. Proof traces. What the fuck is happening? Iranian army ground forces using various types of kamikaze drones targeted a military base in Haifa. For receiving information from Ufuk spy satellites. Oh, the actual Iranian army did that. Okay. Now, here's a funny thing. Apparently, the Iranian diaspora, a big thing they do is they make this fan fiction that the Iranian army is loyal to them, but the IRGC is their enemy. And reality is that the Iranian army is like, bro, like, do we have to explain that? Like, the Iranian military belongs to the state. Like, the army is fighting. You know, the army is involved right now. They even involved their air force and shit. Like, yeah. Ballistic missile launches from Iran towards Israel. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How long is my food gonna take? Oh, it's coming in like half an hour. And before intercepted. Yeah, but to be fair, a lot of people, when they say interceptions, it doesn't even happen, I'll be honest. Because we find out like a day later, they're like, oh no, they did hit. Like we see footage, like, oh no, they did hit. The fucking interception wasn't. I'm scared of them intercepting my Burger King fucking delivery, dude. Oh my fucking god. A lot of evil. A lot of evil, dude. This is what I hate with the news, right? Nothing comes in now, and then the second I go offline, sea of fucking news. Whoa, 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 whoa. I got some news sent to me. Apparently, this news thing, Naya, it's like a Iraqi like Shia news thing. They said that an Iraqi source told them at the military council of Kataib Sayyid al-Shuhada, which is a Shia group in Iraq, has decided to advance towards Deir ez-Zor and Hasaka and incorporate him into Iraq's geographic sphere if Jolani launches any military move towards Lebanon. I can become Iraqi, bro. They're gonna turn me Iraqi overnight. Bro, you know what's fucked up? I joked about this not long ago. I said like, "Oh, I might as well be Iraqi, bro. I have nothing to do with the rest of Damascus, because our region is very similar to Iraq. You know, like a lot of our Arabs speak like them, and it's Mesopotamian. You know, like that part of Syria is Mesopotamian. It's not Levantine, right? Let's go reply to this guy. The fuck, bro? I'm gonna become Iraqi? I didn't see that coming, bro. Checking if there's any news and shit. But no, bro, if Iraq walks in, okay, can I also be honest about something? When I said that Syria doesn't have any army or anything, it's just a bunch of terrorists going around, like, yeah, they won't stand a chance against either the Lebanese or the Iraqis. That's the truth. They can't really do much. How are Syrians in Iraq doing? It's difficult for all the Syrians, but they have it. It's the issue in Iraq is how all Iraqis are suffering now, right? There's an economic aspect. There's this and that, and there's corruption and all. Like where Syrians live, it's the harshest corruption, like to the point where they can't live. Right? It's like land theft. It's suffering. Right? It's like national suffering. Are there restrictive laws in the Kurdistan region? Yes. In the Kurdistan region, yes, especially in the yellow areas. So by yellow areas, I mean the areas ruled by the Kurdistan Democrat Party, so Barzani's party. Because land theft, there's assimilation policies, there's doing the worst towards these areas as well. Um, moving all your dirt to the Syrian parts. By that I mean social dirt, right? Example like Ankawa. For example, like there's a district in Erbil called Ankawa, right? And a huge problem there is that the Kurds, like the Kurdish authorities, and the a lot of these like Arab gangs or whatever, they outsource their like they put their prostitution all that in these Assyrian neighborhoods, and the Assyrians are mad about it. They tell them to fuck off, right? There's even protests about this, and they suppress these protests pretty fast. They don't let it grow. There's also land theft. There's people get killed, assassinated. There's also the issue of businesses. So let's say you're an Assyrian who moves back and you have a business, you can't really move back because they'll demand you give your share to one of like 20 people. You have to pick one. You'll give like half of your share, if not more, to that guy. And he's like some tribal, like politician guy. And if you don't give him, they'll kill you and steal your shit. That's the reality our people live with. And then there's stealing of villages, stealing of towns, kicking people out, making up papers. It's evil, bro. People deal with a lot of bullshit. They deal with a lot of bullshit back home, man. Yeah, no. The people back home deal with a lot of that. They deal with a lot of this bullshit. Bro, I don't know if you can even fucking say that, bro. Noob, you're Jewish, right? Bro, you it's Twitch, bro. Don't. Yes, yeah, you're Jewish. Yeah, good. And yes, we are that then. Where else are ethnic Assyrians? In the region, it's Syria, Iraq, Turkey, Iran. Those are the main. That's like the main places. Then you have a lot who've gone to Lebanon. You have some in Palestine. You have some in Greece and stuff like they've fled, right? Um, but no, most are in Iraq. A lot in Iran. A lot in Turkey, and yes, Syria as well. But Syria, it's risk. Syria's huge risk because if those areas fall, the few areas where Syrians are still safe, they'll Will there be an Assyrian state by 2200? Oh, for sure, bro. Don't worry. I'll fix that. I'm gonna pioneer the Assyrian movement, bro. Don't worry about it. There are some random Egyptians on Kosovo from Ottoman times. Yeah. No, it's. I wouldn't say it's that sort of thing, right? I compare this more to recent migration, like very recent. Old ones, a lot of Arabs have that. A lot of old ones, you can be like, oh yeah, these guys were ancestors. They have Assyrian ancestors and stuff. Some of them they have that. It's common. But some haven't been able. Like for example, there are some who converted, and they're supposed to be assimilated, but they haven't been able to assimilate because everyone would say that they have infidel blood in their veins. So they never integrated, even despite conversion. So they're just Assyrians still. They don't know their language properly, but they're aware of it. You know. And some try to return to their roots and all that, but it's like a real thing. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And Assyrians have like what do you call it? Despite the borders, we haven't been that divided. Much about Canada, the Ottomans swear they kept the Middle East at peace for centuries. No, I don't think it's because of them. It's because of this weird status quo where I don't know. It was like 50. It was still was like a bunch of states, but they just I don't know. It was weird. The Middle East was very weird during the Ottomans. Like a lot of people in their mind think it's like the centralized Turk thing, and it's not the case at all. And honestly, that was also a damage. Like that amount of decentralization backfired as well. But what can you do about it, bro? What can you do about it? The Ottomans had interesting concepts. Like when they tried to do the Ottomanism instead of the like religious stuff. That was an interesting concept, but it never went for. The British against the Ottoman Caliphal authority. Are we talking about like the? No, but there were a lot of wars. Like, do you know about the like the Ottoman Saudi war? That war is fucking hysterical when you look into its history. Like a huge thing they do is they just like they beat the Wahhabis, right? And they proceed to so the Wahhabis try to take over like what's now Saudi Arabia, right? They try to take it over because of Wahhabi teachings or whatever from Wahhab, right? And they fight the Ottomans and the Osman Pasha, like the Ali Pasha, like the guy in Egypt, and they beat their asses next level. And the Ottomans, like because you know the Wahhabis have like a sense of what's sinful and not sinful, right? The Ottomans try to look at what's sinful to them, and they can't listen to music. Music for them is haram, right? So the Ottomans, before they execute him, start playing music to them. Like they bring people playing music, like they play music and stuff before they execute them. And this is actually how they take them down. Like I'm not kidding. That's like how they that's how they all end that war. It's such an absurd thing. It's like what were they? I don't know. That history is hysterical, dude. Like just you defeat them and you start playing music to ensure they go to hell according to their own teachings. Like, yeah, it's insane. Any news? Come on, guys, give me some news. Wall Street Journal is saying Trump hoped that killing Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei would either cause the regime to collapse or push more moderate officials to cooperate with the U.S. Instead, his hardline son Mojtaba Khamenei took power and vowed revenge, and no internal uprising has challenged the regime. Yeah, true. You actually have high hopes for his son. His son has aura, dude. I'm gonna be real. And I judge people on aura a lot. I need to emphasize that I judge people on the aura they give. I've been wrong about it before, but I think Mojtaba Khamenei is a good new leader for sure. Your secretary Chris Wright scored an oil tank through the Strait of Hormuz earlier. RGC denied this claim, said it was false, did not happen. Now Chris Wright deleted his post, and a U.S. official confirmed this claim was not true. A missile actually landed mid-Jerusalem. What? No, they're claiming it was intercepted on Telegram. But they've been wrong about it. They've been wrong about it, so I'm not blaming you or anything. It's actually like it could have fucking crashed in. I'm looking at a lot of footage. I'm looking at footages. Footages. The footages. Bahrain almost had a Spartacus revolt. What is your obsession with Kazakhstan? I love Kazakhstan, bro. I'm spiritually Kazakhstani, bro. Just a vibe. Just a vibe. Bahrain, yeah, here's the thing. Bahrain since 2011 has had this fucking thing, and what do? They send all these Gulf military mercenaries to shut them down. Because Bahrain was part of Iran, and they want to be part of Iran, right? And they fucking hate it. Like their ruling elites, they hate it, dude. So the Saudis will send their fucking troops to a bridge and shoot them. That's one thing, bro. Everyone talks about the Arab Spring. Not a single one of them will mention Bahrain. Despite what I would say, Bahrain was one of the realest ones. Most of the Arab revolts in the Arab Spring were CGI. They were fake as fuck. But Bahrain was genuine. Because I know what Bahrainis have had to deal with for so many years. When that was in Bahrain in 2014, he said he saw tanks patrolling the streets of Shia neighborhoods. I mean, they sent everything out, dude. The thing is, most of the country is just Shias too. It's mostly like the ruling, like monarch family and all that, and there's high up families. They're Sunni, and then they have all these mercenaries. And how do I know they're all mercenaries? Because we knew people, so Christians. I'm talking about the Syrians. They were invited by Bahrain to run security for them as well, like to be in their military and all that. Just because like they're not Shia. Do you think China would do anything if the Americans bombed their ship in Hormuz? No, I don't think so. My view on China is it won't be under this government at all. I'm gonna be real. I don't see it. I don't see China fighting for its own interests that much. I don't see it. I haven't seen it yet. Okay, the ride is coming towards me, it says on my app. Revolution through loans. Yeah, I don't like that shit, man. I don't like that. Oh, you know what we should watch? We should watch the Arakchi interview. Lol. What's his latest? Put it on. Yeah, I'm just trying to find like what's the latest. Can I be honest? I didn't like Pezeshkian, but Arakchi was always an interesting figure to me. Okay,
Minister Arachi, we thank you.
Okay. Jan is used to avoid if they ever need him. Yeah, I'll tell you the problem though with Pezeshkian, right? He said it himself. He's not a bad person per se, but he's weak, and weak people should not be presidents. Maybe like a little minister of human rights or some shit, but not fucking. Okay, let me just switch the thing. He's doing that, yeah. Okay. All right, let's get into it, bro. Let's get into it.
Thank you for your time. Who is in charge of Iran right now?
Well, thank you, Tom, for having me in your program. Well,
Okay, dude. Who the fuck made these captions? That's not how you do captions. Is it like this?
I think the system is working very well.
No, this is horrific. I'm not. They're bad at subtitles.
We have lost a supreme leader, but according to our constitution, there is now a council which takes charge of his duties, and then the president, the cabinet, ministers, everybody is in its position. So the system is working very well, and everybody is in charge.
We know that there's been a council. We know that there's been a council to fulfill the duties of the supreme leader.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we also know that there's a selection process in play to pick the next Ayatollah. There are reports that Ayatollah Khamenei's son is a front runner. Is that true?
Well, actually, I don't exact information. There are many rumors around, but we have to wait for the assembly of experts to choose the new supreme leader, and those experts are elected themselves by the people long ago, or every 6 years, and they will do their duty to elect the supreme leader. There are, as I said, there are many rumors, but nobody knows exactly who might be elected at the end of the day.
If there is no Ayatollah yet, let me ask this again. If there's no Ayatollah selected yet, do you know when that new Ayatollah will be selected? Well,
there is a procedure set by the Constitution, and it may take some days to be finalized. Of course, we are not in an ordinary situation. There is a war going on, an imposed war on us is going on. And there are, extraordinary measures taken for the sake of security. So it may take a bit longer, but the process is going on, and it is up to the assembly to finally decide.
The world saw your battleship sunk in the Indian Ocean. Dozens of Iranian sailors died. Your response was, quote, "Mark my words, the U.S. will come to bitterly regret the precedent it has set." So what is Iran going to do? And at this point, given the state of your military right now, what can you do?
You don't want to ask that question, bro. You don't want to ask the question of like, oh, what can you guys actually do, bro? Like, you guys, a bunch of you guys died. Bro, no more Dubai chocolate labubus. None of that. No more OnlyFans. No more anything. No more AI. No more Amazon. No more. None of that. None of that. That's all just bye-bye. Bye. Bye. We're gone. Like none of that anymore. It's all done, bro. Their navy did get mauled, but that's pretty relevant. Yeah, what the fuck are they gonna use the navy for? Like, even for the Strait of Hormuz with the ships, like when they come through, they just gotta launch a missile at them. They don't need the boat to fucking chase them down. They can just fire a rocket and blow them up. That's the truth. Like, they really don't have anything to like, whoa, it's so over, guys. Like, no, that's not the case.
Well, first of all, that was a training training ship, which was invited by the Indian Navy to take part in an exercise. And they went there as their guests, the Indians' guests, and they, did participate in that exercise, and they were in their way back home, and the ship was unarmed. So attacking an unarmed ship full of, training officers.
Delta Force actually landed and got immediately ambushed? Where? When did that happen? Like in Iran itself? I haven't heard of that. Iran reported the other day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I know that the Israelis did something like that from Syria into Lebanon, and the Lebanese beat their asses twice. I know that. And I don't know about the Delta Force in Iran. I don't know about that. That's the thing I've heard of. So I don't think it's true. If it is, it's crazy.
And sailors is a war crime, I have to say.
What type of battleship? Minister, excuse me, but what type of military would allow a battleship into the ocean with no weapons on board?
Well, because it was, the goal was not, their aim was not going to war. They went for an exercise,
Yeah, they're also on international waters. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. So a lot of these journalists don't have the IQ,
which was arranged by the Indian Navy. There are so many other guests who went there, and they took part in a parade. And, everything was a peaceful, training course or a peaceful training process. So they didn't need, weapons. They actually went to that mission long before the war started. And when I said that the U.S. would regret that, I meant that they have, the U.S. have unfortunately set a precedent which is, against the international law and would actually damage the whole concept of international, law of seas. When an unarmed, ship is attacked with no reason, and a big number of sailors are killed without taking part in any battle, that would set a precedent. And
the U.S. The U.S. says it controls the skies, that Iran's ballistic missile attacks have dropped more than 80%. The U.S.
Bro, I love when they lie. Don't you love that too, bro? Like, don't you love when they just lie? Yeah, we control their skies. That's why all the drones are like falling down and they're just firing missiles all day, fucking still, and drones. So they're fighting. That's why they're destroying the fucking bases and the THAAD defense systems. That's why they have to bring THAAD defense systems from fucking South Korea to fucking Jordan, bro.
This has hit over 2,000 Iranian targets. The Pentagon says America is winning decisively. Do you think they're wrong?
Yeah.
Well, I think, now 6 days after the war, it is clear that the U.S. Has failed to achieve its main goal, which was clean, rapid victory. They failed to achieve that, and now they are trying to justify why they did attack us, and they have, presented so many different reasons, but none of them worked. And now they are talking about, Plan B, and I believe that, their Plan B would be even a bigger failure. So they are controlling our resources, but at the moment,
Minister, your supreme leader was killed. Your top military leaders were killed. Your military installations have been bombed. How can you?
Dude, the American soyjack can't comprehend it. No, why are you still fighting your leader? But your military, how are you still fighting? It can't comprehend it. He can't comprehend it. Well, just get a new one. We'll just keep going. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just keep going. They have no concept of martyrdom. I've seen this with these people. They don't understand that you can still go. But we kill please. Exactly. That's how they think. But real, this doesn't get to them. In fact, it encourages it more. You know that, right? It's like, wow, we want to be like what a great leader. We want to be like him, dude. We want to go down like that. That's how these people think. They don't think like you. Like these people, if Trump got blown up, MAGA would like wither away overnight. Yeah, that as well. Yeah, exactly. It's not this like super centralized command. Dude.
You call that a failure?
Well, then what they have achieved? What was their goal? They came here for a regime change, perhaps. They came here for a rapid victory, so they can, control everything. But they have failed. The system is working. The commanders have been replaced, and the supreme leader is going to be replaced soon, according to the procedures set by the Constitution. So everything is in order. Yes, we have been targeted, but we have also attacked so many targets in Israel. And so many targets belongs to the Americans, their assets, their bases, their installations in the region, and they have not been able to prevent those attacks. Our missiles are still working. Our missiles are still in place and hitting their targets in a very precise manner. So,
Minister, can Iran win this war? If I can ask you, can Iran win this war, and what does winning look like for Iran?
Well, there is no winner in this war. Our win is to be able to resist against, their illegal, goals, and this is what we have done so far. So they have failed to achieve their goals, and we have been able to resist against them, to stand against the most powerful army of the world, as they claim, together with Israelis, who are also claim to have the big army. Two of them are nuclear armed, but still the people of Iran, the armed forces of Iran, have been able to stand firm against them. They couldn't, stop us firing missiles to Israel and to other destinations.
They need to get some terms though, otherwise it's just a waiting game for a few months again. No, apparently they have, like, I don't know if it's true, but apparently they had these conditions they put. Their conditions are fucking crazy. It's like, oh, America fucks up from the region, Netanyahu will be sent to the fucking courts. Trump will have to apologize. They will completely kicked out. We get whatever we want. No one checks into our nuclear deal. We do whatever the fuck we want. Everyone has to pay compensation. Everyone has to, like, it was a huge, like, terms list. I don't know if that was real. That could be just LARP on Twitter, but if that's real, that's crazy.
And we are doing very well, and they have not been able to stop us. So this is our win.
Yeah, how?
And I don't think they can be a winner at the end of the day.
Minister, explain to us and to the world, really, Iran has chosen to attack at least 10 other countries, many of them your Arab neighbors. None of them were involved in this war.
None of them were involved in this war, you say? None of them were involved in this war. Okay, let me just check that real quick. Let me just check something. I think I saw something before. I'm not too sure. Wish it was 20 instead of 10. Yeah. Where is the thing? Where's the thing? My food is supposed to arrive now. Oh, but wait a second. They have nothing to do with this, he said. No? Why did CENTCOM post this? Where are they firing these from? Anyways, look, I'm getting a call. Oh, I'm back. I have Burger King, bro. I got some Burger King, bro. I got some Burger King. And the interview. This is perfect. Bro, this is like, you know when you eat something and you want to watch something? This is what this is. Yeah, glory to
Why are
God.
you attacking your Muslim neighbors during the holy month of Ramadan?
Oh, please don't mistake. We have not attacked our neighbors. We have not attacked Muslim countries. We have attacked Americans' targets and Americans' bases, Americans' installations, which are unfortunately located in the soils of our neighbors. So we have made it clear for them. I have been in touch with their foreign ministers, and I have explained that
it's
we
ridiculous.
are not targeting.
Dude, American journalism is horrific. That's why they're all in Epstein files. Exactly, man.
You, we have no problem with you. We are only targeting the American installations and American bases, and the reason is obvious.
Minister, Iran is hitting civilian targets, striking hotels, high-rise apartments, airports.
Notice something with all these places. Those hotels and those high-rise apartments. What do you think is there, bro? This is the U.S. base are being evacuated. Where do you think those U.S. soldiers are at? Their officers, their commanders and shit. I mean, with Saudi, Western sources, I'm not saying Iranian sources, Western sources admitted it was a CIA station. They got hit. And they then started evacuating the CIA from, like, the range.
In many of these countries, those are not military targets.
Well, no, we have targeted very well. The Americans are. Maybe there have been some collateral damages, as it is in every war. You know, look, more than 70,000 people were killed in Gaza by Israelis, and Israeli army called all of them collateral damage. So yes, there is the possibility of collateral damages in this situation as well. This is what we have warned everybody in the region beforehand, that if the U.S. attack us, we have no way but to attack their installations, which are in your territories, and then everything may go out of hand, and the war would become a disaster for the whole region. This is what we have warned, and many others have warned, and many Americans have also warned the U.S. administration, do not repeat the same mistake. They have done it before in our region, and this is what they have done. This war is not our war. This is not our choice. This is a war of choice by the United States, and they should be held responsible for all those damages.
Minister, NATO said they shot down an Iranian missile, which Turkey says was in its airspace. Are you creating
This happened again, by the way. It was hilarious.
New enemies every single day?
Well, we have, our military has denied firing any missile to either Turkey or
There's
Azerbaijan.
video of the missile. There's video of the missile on the ground. NATO has said this was fired by Iran.
Well, there is no reason why we should fire, a missile to Turkey, which is a good neighbor of us. Also, there is no reason to fire, drones to Azerbaijan. We are investigating what has gone wrong regarding these missiles.
Dude, you know what I like? They have every reason to do it. That's the funny part. Because there are the U.S. bases in Turkey that I'm pretty sure are being used right now. Could be wrong, but I think they're being used right now. If they had a second missile coming.
Or drones. Maybe, they have come from other places. Maybe something has gone wrong, but we have no intention at all to attack Turkey or Azerbaijan or any other neighbor, any other country in our neighborhood. But we would certainly target Americans' bases and Americans' installations in the region wherever they are.
Okay, so
Minister, you just said that you had threatened before this started that the battlefield would expand if Iran was attacked. You are expanding the battlefield. Several countries, as I mentioned, have been hit. Is Iran's goal here to attack these other countries so they try to pressure the United States to stop bombing Iran?
No, this is not our goal. Our war is with the U.S. U.S. is attacking us on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, and we are defending ourselves. How we can defend ourselves when we cannot reach the American soil? What we can, attack to are American bases which are around us in the region, and they are scattered all around the region. And this is the natural, consequences of this war. This is because of the nature of this war. The US is attacking us. They are killing our people. They are hitting our schools. In only one case, 171 school girls, students were killed by an American attack. Now they attacked our hospitals. Today they attacked sport stadium, and even they have started to attack our municipalities, local police stations, everything. So how we can protect ourselves, how we can defend ourselves by attacking American facilities and assets in the region wherever they are. So this is now,
Minister, Minister, you yourself are painting a very dire picture of what the situation looks like in Iran.
Yeah, it is.
Government buildings bombed, even sports stadiums bombed out, police stations bombed. How much longer can Iran hold on?
Well, we defend ourselves as long as it takes. It is obvious we are the victim of the act of aggression, and what we are doing is self-defense, and we have every right to defend ourselves. And at the same time, we have been able to hit targets in Israel and American bases, and they have also received bad damages. And there are footings of the damages they have been received. There has been damages. So this is a war, of course, and there are so many damages in both sides in any war.
But Minister, the damages obviously in Iran are much worse, right? We're talking about maybe a dozen victims outside of Iran, including 6 U.S. service members.
Can we be honest about something, guys? Do you guys think these journalists, these people, genuinely think 6 soldiers have died so far? Like actually, like all of the U.S. casualties so far is 6 soldiers. I can't fathom that. That's not just low IQ. That's plummeted IQ. That's like insane.
As in Iran, there are reports of nearly 1,000 people killed in Iran, and all those government installations, your government leadership, the government infrastructure, the buildings. This is not an equal battle right now. Would you agree to that?
Well, look at the damages inside Israel as well. They have badly hit by us. Of course, they are in control of their media, so they don't publish, the footages of the damages. But this is a war. But we have received, yes, damages, but we are not, the one who actually, we are the one who defend our dignity, and our dignity is important than anything else, and our independence, and we pay any price needed to protect our sovereignty and our territorial integrity and our dignity. And this is what we are doing right now. And this is what we did last time in June 2025, when for 12 years we resisted, and we finally forced our enemy to request for an unconditional ceasefire. And this is what going to be repeated this time as well.
So wait, Minister, please, yes, if you could just explain there, are you saying Iran is going to request a ceasefire?
No, we didn't ask for a ceasefire even last time. In previous time, it was Israel who asked for a ceasefire. They asked for an unconditional ceasefire after 12 days that we resisted against their aggression. In the first days of war, they wanted us to surround, they wanted capitulation, but we continued defending ourselves, we continue hitting them by our missiles, and then it was them who first asked the United States to help them, and then they asked for an unconditional ceasefire. It was Israel who asked for ceasefire, not us. Again,
but
this
Minister,
time,
to be fair, Minister, to be fair, Iran signaled that it was going to stop firing as well. To be fair, you did signal that, Minister.
No. I never signaled that last time or this time. It was Israel who asked for a ceasefire, and we were fighting. And it was Americans who contacted me and asking to stop the war. If they told me that Israel is ready to stop, its aggression, and they asked us that please you stop as well, and we accepted last time. But this is not going to be repeated this time. It is not like that. That's every year they attack us and they kill our people, they destroy places, and then ask for a ceasefire. No, this time is different. This time there should be, the end of war and hostility. We don't accept ceasefire unless, they accept their responsibility for the damages they have made to us, and then they guarantee that this scenario is not going to be repeated, in the future. So this time is different. We resist to the end, and
it needs to be more hardline. That's kind of soft. No, they should never have the ability to do it again. They should leave the region. That's the fucking condition you said. Should never be able to do it ever again.
we can we don't ask for a ceasefire right now, and this is our position. And we have never signaled any ceasefire to Americans. We have never sent any
Minister,
messages.
just to be clear, Minister, to be clear, I want to make sure I understand you here. Right now, you're saying Iran does not want a ceasefire.
We are not asking for a ceasefire. And we don't see any reason why we should negotiate with the US. When we negotiated with them twice, and every time they attacked us at the middle of negotiations. So there is no request for a ceasefire by us, and there is no request for the negotiation with the US from us. We have never sent any messages to them.
Minister, you said that Iran cannot reach U.S. soil, right? The American homeland with the weapons that you have right now. Is there any other way that Americans should be concerned that Iran could attack the American homeland?
No, they have enough bases around us. Why we should go further than that? They have enough soldiers, they have enough, military assets, and they have enough military bases and military installations. So we don't need to go beyond that.
The Strait of Hormuz hasn't been closed, but the threat of its closure has disrupted the international economy. If this war continues, will Iran try to close the Strait of Hormuz?
But we have not closed it. It is the ships and tankers who don't try to pass through to cross the strait because they are, concerned about being hit by either side. So we have no intention to close it right now. But as the war continues, we will consider every scenario. For the time being, we have not done yet. And but the strait is, almost empty of ships and tankers because of their concern.
In this war, are international oil tankers potential targets for Iran?
No. Why they should be a goal for us?
Iran threatened tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has already threatened them to set them afire.
No, we have not threatened them. They are concerned themselves, and they don't use the Strait of Hormuz because of the concerns they have to be hit by either side.
Is Iran privately talking to U.S. officials right now through back channels?
Because I'll be honest, the Iranians, from what I know, they'd say no oil leaves the fucking region. None of that. None of that. But it's good that he's saying this because it's, diplomacy.
No.
There's no communication with you and Steve Witkoff or Jared Kushner?
No, not after Thursday that we met last time. We met last Thursday. We negotiated for almost 7 hours. They were so happy when they left the negotiation table because we were able to make significant progress, as the Omani foreign minister said in his statement, and he checked his statement with both sides, and both sides agreed with the term he used. And we were made really significant progress. They were happy when they left, but I don't know what happened after they left, Geneva. And
President Trump has said, Minister, President Trump has said that Iran simply would not agree to a basic premise, which was they would not try to build a nuclear weapon. President Trump has said that. Is that your understanding of where the talks failed?
Well, no, it's really not understandable, I don't understand why President Trump repeating that. We have said it in many different occasions, it is said by the late Supreme Leader, it is said by our president in many occasions, and I repeated that in the negotiations. And actually, the first principle we agreed was that Iran would never ever go for nuclear weapons, based on its security doctrine and based on the fatwa of the Supreme Leader. I said it many times, and I told them that this could be
we need the fucking nuclear weapons fatwa, bro. Like for it, the pro one. The one that says, you know what, this all happened, we might as well go for it. And that's the new guy.
first sentence in any deal that Iran commit itself not to go for nuclear weapons. And that is a permanent commitment, no sunset. This is something I have told them very clearly and very explicitly. So this is out of question. We were
and Minister, would you on that point, if that is the promise you made, on that point, would Iran allow inspectors to all of its nuclear facilities and to allow inspectors to do their jobs, which it prevented last time?
Of course, we are ready to give full access to the agency for their verification and monitoring. This is what we have done in the past. We are a committed member of NPT. The only time we have not let inspectors to come and visit is after the last June attack in our nuclear facilities. And we told
Minister, the inspectors even said before that started that they were not being allowed full access. They said that to the world. That is documented.
No, this is not. Show me that document. Before the war, last year war, we gave the agency access based on our commitments in the NPT and in the safeguard agreement. After the war, we told the agency that there should be a new protocol how to investigate, how to inspect and attack nuclear facility, because the agency told us itself that there is no protocol, because there is no precedent, so there is no modality, there is no protocol how to inspect a facility which is bombed. And a nuclear facility which is bombed needs some parameters before they inspect that. There is the risk of radiation, the risk of environmental problems, the risk of unexploded materials. So we needed a modality, and we were engaged with the agency to achieve that modality. So beside that,
on that point, Minister, is Iran's nuclear facilities secure right now? Is Iran's nuclear stockload right now, is that secure as well?
Well, our stockpile is under the rubbles. We have not touched them after the last June war. And we have always told, our interlocutors and also the agency that when we achieve a deal, the first thing we can do is to let to retreat the material out of the rubbles under the supervision and under the monitoring of the agency, so they can verify what is the latest situation of our material. Look, we are a committed member of NPT, and our program is peaceful, and we have no problem to build confidence about the peaceful nature of our program. This is what I told our American interlocutors as well, that when we come to a deal, we make sure that Iran would never go for nuclear weapon. We make sure that the agency could have full verification, and we give access to them. So we don't.
As you know, President Trump disagrees with you there. I do want to get back to the war, though. Yes, Minister, we can. President Trump has not. President Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to...
Look at his smirk, bro. Look at his fucking smirk. He knows what he's saying, dude. Yeah, we're waiting, bro. We're fucking waiting. Bro. Bro, this is such like a chat moment, dude. Look at him. Look at him.
You were waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a
This guy can't fathom it. Look at his face. He cannot fathom it. He cannot fucking comprehend why he would be hyped about it.
disaster for them.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality, even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said that we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, with any eventuality, any possibility, and we know that we can handle that.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you?
Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
Are they supporting you militarily?
Well, military cooperation between Iran and Russia is not a secret. We have worked with each other in the past, and that has continued. And will continue. I guess.
And they're actively helping you in this war?
Well, they are. They have always helped us.
So I'm gonna understand that to mean yes, that they are actively assisting you in this war.
Well, I'm not going to give the details of our cooperation with other countries right in the middle of the war.
You know why this leaks it, bro? This actually kind of leaks it. Yeah, Russia's been helping them, bro.
Inside Iran right now, we've heard that the government is cutting off the internet. Why are you closing off information for the Iranian population while
we're not letting no Telegram fucking location leaks? Fuck that.
this crisis is unfolding?
Well, this is not the case. Almost, all Iranians have access to social networks, and in some cases, for security reasons, we have cut access to internet. Please do not forget that we are in the middle of a war, a very extensive war, and war has its own, rules and procedures.
But why cut off communication when people in your country maybe need information to get to safety?
You know what? I hope these sort of like lying journalists keep this energy if something happened in the United States. Like if in the United States there's like a huge war and people are just leaking locations on social media, they would just ban it. I'm not even joking.
Well, communication is not cut. All social networks are working here, and people are connected. As I said, sometimes because of security reasons, in order to protect our people and protect our facilities, we may cut access to internet. But as I said, we are in the middle of a war, and we have every right to exercise some limits in order to protect our interests.
We know the people in Iran have gotten texts from the government saying not to go out on the streets. Are you afraid that the government will be overthrown?
No, we haven't sent those messages. Of course, when there are the possibility of bombardments, the possibility of attacks by American or Israeli fighters, we ask people to remain in their shelters, to remain at their places, not to go to the dangerous sites. That is quite normal. Again, we are in war, and we have to be careful about the security of our people.
You saw those massive protests. The world saw the protests as well. There were reports that tens of thousands, up to 42,000 Iranians were arrested, hundreds killed, even children imprisoned. Is Iran right now at a critical point, and is the government nervous that...
my friends, not my friends, I think I said this because I studied like international studies, right? That's what I'm doing. They're always like, dude, you should work within like international relations and diplomacy. And I said I could never be a diplomat. Can you imagine being in his shoes, bro? If some guy says this, I'll be like, dude, your president like kidnaps kids and eats and kills them and does disgusting shit. You have a pedophile state. That's just what I just say. I wouldn't say any of this. I would be like, oh, that's not true. I'd be like, dude, you're speaking from pedophilistan, okay? If you're from pedophilia stan, don't speak to me. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
The end is near.
Well, we are not nervous at all. We had 10 days of protests in early January, and then for 3 days from 8 to 10, we had terrorist operation, and we were able to handle that. We were able to take care of that, and it was finished and over. And since then, we have a very peaceful environment. Don't look at those gatherings or demonstrations outside of Iran, but inside of Iran, everything is in order. And life was going on before the Americans attack us. And now people are in support of the government and system. We have now more social solidarity amongst the people. You can see many people in the streets either during the night and day and night for mourning ceremonies for the late Supreme Leader. So we have no problem at all, and we are not nervous at all.
We've seen that the children's school was struck in Iran. We know that more than 150 people have died. Many of them were children. The U.S. says it's investigating. Do you have any evidence about where this missile came from?
Dude, they're so dishonest. Like, genuinely, this is actually dishonest. Everyone knows. Western sources said this. And now Trump is claiming that, oh, actually, Iran has Tomahawk missiles. And not only do you see the Tomahawk, it's not just that it's a Tomahawk missile, right? It literally says made in USA on the fucking rocket. Are we fucking, like, bro? Dude, journalists in America are actually evil. Like, I'm not even joking. When you read into the Epstein files, you realize how evil these people are. They're very evil. Like, American journalists scare me, dude.
Well, the details are investigating by our army, but it is clear that the missiles the school was hit by Americans, and that is a war crime to hit.
How can you say that? Do you have evidence that you can show the world?
Well, I have to ask our military to do that.
And how do you know it was a U.S. missile?
Well, this is what our military said. So it is either U.S. or Israel. What is the difference?
Yeah, true.
It couldn't be a wayward Iranian missile, an Iranian missile launch that made a mistake.
Yeah, you know what, bro? Yeah, Iran airstriked like a fucking hospital, like in their there's a school, an elementary school for kids in their capital. Get the fuck out of here. People will say Iran doesn't even have an air force. Now suddenly they have an air force. Get the fuck out of here.
Our mistake. No, even the the United States authorities confessed that it was them who attacked this facility. So just look at
the U.S. military hasn't. The U.S. military hasn't said that yet. They said they're investigating.
So they are investigating, and they will. They have to admit that it was they who targeted this school.
Okay. Right now, I'm being told by our producers that eyewitnesses are saying there are multiple explosions that can be heard in Tehran. At this moment, do you hear those happening?
Well, I didn't hear right now. Yes, I have heard those explosions before, but right now that we are speaking, I didn't hear that.
You haven't heard that. And have you gotten any updates about the latest damage in Tehran today and tonight?
The journalist Solis Ice? Yeah, because he's been on that fucking island, dude. Like, let's be honest.
As I was told by our authorities, today they have hit some municipalities and some military installations. But that is quite understandable. We are at war, and this is what we do with Israelis and American military bases, and they are attacking us as well. No, look, again, I have to emphasize, we are, defending ourselves against the aggression by Americans and Israelis. That is the act of aggression against us. It is unwarranted, unprovoked, illegal, and unjustified. And what we are doing is absolutely legal and legitimate.
As we sit here and talk, Minister, so much of Iran's leadership has been killed. Do you fear for your own life?
Well, everybody may fear for his life in the time of war, but I am doing my job. I am doing my duty. and I would be, honored if my blood is shed for the sake of my country. But for the time being, there is no fear of that. Well, we have, we have taken enough, measures to protect ourselves, and well, I am doing my duty to protect the interests of my country, and I will continue to do that.
Can you confirm, is former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad still alive?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't have any exact information. I heard some rumors 3-4 days ago that he might have been, hit by missiles, but I don't have any exact information.
Has no one in the Iranian government heard from him? Nobody can confirm he's still alive?
Bro, he's a former guy, dude.
You are talking about Mr. Ahmadinejad?
Yes.
Yeah, as I said, I don't have any exact information.
Minister, the White House will likely see this interview. What is your message to President Trump?
Well, my message is that their plan A to achieve a clean, rapid victory in Iran has failed. We heard that they are thinking of plan B. I'm sure the plan B would even a bigger failure. They lost the opportunity of reaching a deal, a good deal. They lost it for, I don't know, reasons, different reasons. So there is no way that they can win this war. As long as it takes, we resist. So they better to stop this war and stop killing our people.
That's
Do you have a message for the American people?
Well, for the American people, this is an absolutely unnecessary war. They are dragged to by those who want Israel first and America last.
Bro.
Who is directing the military right now, Minister?
Who is doing what?
Who is directing the military?
Well, there are commanders in their places. All those who have been martyred have been replaced by another, military commander. So everybody, all those posts are, the commanders are in their posts.
Okay, 2 more questions. Axios, a media company in the U.S., is reporting that President Trump says he wants to be personally involved in choosing who leads Iran next. What do you say to that?
That is absolutely the business of Iranian people.
Yeah,
and nobody can interfere.
Stares. The American stare. He was like, wait, what?
Minister, can you're still there, right? You can still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Did you hear what I said?
Yes. I heard what you said. Thank you. This will be our final question here. You just said a few minutes ago that there will be no more deal. Is Iran done forever negotiating with the Trump administration?
Fuck your administration.
Well, the fact is that we don't have any positive experience of negotiating with the United States. Especially with this administration. We negotiated twice, last year and this year, and then in the middle of negotiations, they attacked us. We negotiated a deal in 2015. After a while, the US decided to withdraw with no reason, no justification. So we don't have any single, good experience of negotiating with the United States. So we see no reason why we should engage once again with those who are not honest in negotiation, and they do not enter into negotiation in good faith.
Minister, we thank you for your time. I hope we can speak again in the coming days and weeks.
I hope so. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We thank you for.
Yeah, no, don't speak to me. I don't want to hear you. I'm here for Mr. Arakshi, bro. 19 hours ago. There's a latest one. The fuck?
Now to the view from the Iranian government. Earlier today, I spoke with Iran's Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, who joined us from Tehran. Mr. Minister, welcome to the News Hour. Thank you for joining us.
King, look at him.
Thank you for having me, Amna. Thank you indeed.
So I'd like to ask you first about the news, the selection of Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the late.
Salute, bro. This is my supreme leader, bro. This is my No, I'm joking. The Twitch, I'm joking. So, everyone, I'm joking. Okay. He does have aura, though. Look at him, dude. He has aura. It's like the revenge arc. Okay, let him cook. Dude.
Ayatollah, who's been named the new selected supreme leader of Iran. Some say his selection is a message of continuity of his father's leadership, of continued defiance to the U.S. and Israel. Do you agree with that? Is that the message Iran would like to send?
Well, I think that is a correct evaluation. It shows that the continuity and some sort of stability at the same time.
And since his selection, has he or anyone in your leadership had any contact with U.S. officials? Is that something that he is open to talk about?
Dark house outfit. He kind of does. Yeah, he does. It's a good fit, though. I like it. I do like that fit.
Negotiations or a ceasefire?
Well, first of all, it's too soon, for him to make any comment. We are all waiting for his speeches and comments, which would come later on. But I don't think the question of talking with Americans or negotiation with Americans once again would be on the table, because we have a very bitter experience of talking with Americans. We negotiated with them last year in last June, and they attacked us in the middle of negotiations. And again this year, they tried to convince us that this time is different. They promised us that they don't have any intention to attack us. And they wanted to resolve Iran's nuclear question peacefully and to find a negotiated solution. And we finally accepted. But again, after 3 rounds of negotiation, and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us. So I don't think, talking with Americans anymore.
The truth is, the negotiations are actually like a waste of time. They lead nowhere. At most, Iran will be enslaved, and at worst, they'll just attack it. That's the truth. That's why they should not do these negotiations. It's not going to go anywhere. The U.S. should just leave that region be. They shouldn't touch it. And these guys probably need a deterrence. Let's be honest. If those missiles are enough deterrence, sure. But if not, you need to go for the big nuke, or the big nuclear option. You do need to do it for security's sake. And I'm consistent. Okay, I believe most European countries should also have nuclear weapons. Countries like Sweden should have nuclear weapons. Countries like Poland should have nuclear weapons. France already has nuclear weapons, right? I'm saying a lot of countries will need it if they want to be independent. If they want to have deterrence. You don't want to ever get invaded, get nuclear weapons. It's the only way you really secure it, dude. No one wants to take that risk.
Would be, on our agenda anymore.
Mr. Minister, this war has now entered its 10th day. I know you have said that unless there's a permanent end to the war, not a ceasefire, in other words, that Iran will continue to defend itself, continue to fight. Can I ask you, what do you believe that the U.S. and Israel are trying to achieve or trying to change with this war?
Well, actually, they tried to achieve some targets, some of their goals, but they failed. They thought that in a matter of 2 or 3 days, they can go for a regime change, they can go for a rapid, clean victory, but they failed. So I believe that plan A was a failure, and now they are trying other plans, but all of them have failed as well. And I don't think they have any realistic end game in their mind, because we are seeing some sort of a chaos in their sayings, in their.
It's too late for nuclear weapons now. If they try to build a nuke now, Israel and the US realize it, they'll just nuke Iran first and destroy them. No, it depends, dude. I'm just saying if it's that quick, they say it's a matter of like hours and days. Like that's the material they have. If they just build it, they'll stay the fuck away. That's the truth. I'm not saying during this war, but maybe post-war they'll have to do it because they need a guarantee that it never happens again. That nuclear bomb is that guarantee. No one's gonna take that risk. I'm not saying that Iran's gonna build a nuke and then throw it immediately, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying by the end of this, they'll be like, we have nuclear weapons. We do. You guys could have had no nukes. Now you guys have nukes. Fuck you guys. And we'll be like, oh well, whatever. Let's just hope Iran doesn't hit this and that. Let's just, let's make some deal.
Actions. They have just started to attack us blindly. They are attacking today. They attacked, residential areas. They attacked hospitals. They attacked schools, and they entered into to attacking our infrastructure, which is a very dangerous move. And as a result, you can see the oil prices everywhere in the world. So I don't see any reasonable goal that they are following. They failed to achieve their goals at the beginning, and now after 10 days, I think they are aimless.
I do want to ask more about the oil prices. As you mentioned, there have been widespread disruptions in the delivery of oil in the Persian Gulf. We're seeing prices here in the U.S. start to rise as well. Do you believe that you can pressure the U.S.?
You know what? This journalist is better than the other guy. The other guy was genuinely kind of soulless and he's like a regime goon. You know what I mean? This is more like, at least he's pretending to be a journalist. You know what I mean? Like,
U.S. and Israel to stop their attacks by slowing or stopping oil production as well?
Well, this is not our fault. This is not our plan. The oil production, the transportation of oil has been slowed down or stopped, not because of us, because of the attacks and aggression made by Israelis and Americans against us. So they have made the whole region insecure. And this is why the tankers, the ships are scared, to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. We have not closed that strait. We have not. We are not preventing them to navigate in that strait. But this is the result of the aggression by Israelis and Americans, which has made the whole region insecure, unstable. And, the consequences are huge for not only us, but for the whole region and now for the international community.
Iran has, though, hit multiple oil facilities in other nations, in some of the region's top producing nations, in fact, Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Kuwait. And we heard from your top military spokesman today who said, if you can tolerate oil at more than $200 per barrel, continue this game. So is limiting oil supply part of your strategy here?
Well, actually, this is a war imposed on us, and what we are doing is only defending ourselves. We are facing an act of aggression, which is absolutely illegal, and what we are doing is the act of self-defense, which is legal and legitimate. We have already warned everybody in the region that if the U.S. attack us, since we cannot reach the American soil, we have to attack their bases in the region, their facilities, their installations, their assets, and as a result, the war would be spread into the whole region. So this is the consequence of the U.S. aggression against us. We are not responsible for that.
I do want to ask you about another recent strike that killed more than 170 people in Manab in southern Iran. It was at a girls' school. We've heard from President Trump, who said this weekend he denied any U.S. involvement. On Saturday, he actually said, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran. You have said that strike would not go unanswered. What did you mean by that?
Well, this is ridiculous. I think all U.S. medias and different sources from American intelligence and American media, everybody have admitted that this is done by an American missile, There are footages of that. The footages are analyzed by, neutral sources, and it is now a consensus that the attack is made by the United States, and they are in charge of the killing of 168 school girls who were absolutely innocent. They had sat in their classrooms, and all of a sudden they were killed by American military.
And we've heard from the Secretary of Defense an investigation is ongoing. But in saying that that strike will not go unanswered, I should note that Iranian strikes in other nations have already killed civilians. Are you saying now that civilians are fair targets in other nations?
No, not at all. Civilians are not target. Maybe there has been some collateral damages, which is quite, natural in any war, but we have not targeted. Contrary to Americans who deliberately targeted our schools and hospitals and our infrastructure, even freshwater desalinations, we have never targeted any civilian location, any civilian purpose, any civilian place. There might be some collateral damages, as I said, but this is not our plan to do that.
Your strikes in some of your neighboring nations, though, have hit a hotel. They've hit oil facilities as well. We've heard from...
Okay, well, these are not... Come on, we're going to compare this. Like, elementary school with kids, all facilities. Elementary school for kids to fucking... water desalination plants to fucking hotels. Like, I'm sorry, but the U.S. military people, they sit in these hotels. They do. That's why they hit the 5-star Dubai hotel. Like, that's the reason for it. Like, it's not...
Saudi Arabia's foreign minister, who's condemning those attacks and warning that it retains its full right to take all necessary measures to safeguard its security.
Yeah, okay, you know what? They've said this their whole fucking lives, never done it.
Are you worried about the regional impact of your strikes in the neighboring nations, that you will damage Iranian relations in the long run?
Well, if they have all rights to take all necessary measures to protect their facilities, I think we are even, we have more rights to take all necessary measures to defend ourselves, to protect our people, and this is exactly what we are doing. No, this is not our war. This is not our choice. This war is imposed on us. We are under aggression, and we are defending ourselves. They cannot accuse us for things which happen on the other side. They should accuse those who started this war, and I think they should be held responsible for any damage inside Iran and in the region, because everything has started by the United States and Israel.
U.S. officials have noted that they're targeting your nuclear programs, your ballistic missile and drone programs, your naval assets. There are some who've pointed out they're also targeting headquarters and facilities of your internal security forces. Some of those forces who have been used to suppress public dissent in the past. And some analysts say the U.S. may be laying the groundwork for some kind of public uprising. Do you believe...
But they've been doing this day one, bro, and they failed. They failed this. Like, there's this, like, script of, like, yeah, we're just gonna cause, like, the Iranians to an uprising. It's never happening, bro. Like, it's just not happening. It would have happened when Khamenei was killed. They killed him. His son came during that time, and... Dude, they did the opposite. They united people who hated government before into being pro-government.
That's the case, and if protesters take to the streets, will they be allowed to protest?
Well, where are those protesters? We have now millions of people in the streets right now in support of the Islamic Republic, in support of the new supreme leader, in support of their military armed forces. No, where are those protesters? People are, the big majority of people are now angry about this aggression. They are supporting, our armed forces. They are in the streets with the Iranian flags everywhere. So where are those, accusations come from? Yes, they have attacked many of our facilities. They have attacked our nuclear facilities, but they couldn't destroy our nuclear program because it is a technology, advanced and developed by ourselves. They have also attacked our missile facilities, but they have not been able to stop firing missiles against themselves. So the firing continues, and we are prepared. We are well prepared to continue attacking them with our missiles as long as needed and as long as it takes.
That is the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, joining us today. Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you for your time.
No, that's kind of base. Like, I fuck with that. That's a fucking, yeah, shout out. Let me just see. Is there anything new? Anything new? Alerts in wait, what? Reuters says as many as 150 American troops have been wounded since the start of the Iran war, according to Reuters. The links doesn't go through, dude. Netanyahu and Trump are expected to speak soon after Trump's statement about the war ending soon. Netanyahu will try to explain to him that the campaign must be exhausted in order not to be dragged in for another round. According to Israeli media, the Trump administration asked Israel on Monday to halt any further strike on Iran's energy facilities, particularly their oil infrastructure, according to Axios. U.S. intel has shown indications that Iran is preparing to deploy mines to the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is using smaller craft that can carry 2-3 mines each. There's also alerts in Doha. White House is now directing House Republicans to stop talking about mass deportations, instead only focusing on removing violent criminals. Yeah, okay, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So whenever I see news from Bahrain, it feels like it's just AI. It just all looks like AI, dude. The war with Iran will last at least 2 more weeks and is unlikely to end with the overthrow of the Ayatollah regime, reports Israeli publication Ynet, citing sources. The publication notes that the euphoria that marked the beginning of the operation has been replaced by disappointment and pessimism, as the Iranian regime still seems stable. At the beginning of the war, one of its goals was considered to overthrow the regime in Iran. Now, according to estimates, the regime remains stable, and the scenario of possible uprising against authorities or other options for regime change seems unlikely. According to this information, Netanyahu is already preparing public opinion for the possibility that the war may not end with the fall of the Ayatollah regime. Only Trump will determine when the campaign ends, but according to Israeli sources, it will not end in the next 2 weeks. The last word has not yet been said. Steve Witkoff was asked how, in his opinion, the war would end. I don't know, he said. It's a clip we saw before. U.S. President Trump, therefore, Israel's trying to accelerate military options as much as possible, the publication says. Yeah, the CBS claimed that that the U.S. intelligence said that they received information about Iran mining the Strait of Hormuz. Putin held talks with President Pezeshkian, and Putin just said Russia adheres to, diplomatic conflict resolution, blah, 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 the usual. U.S. just proposed diplomatic. Europe's collective efforts have managed to get 35 missiles. Like, all of the EU got 35 missiles for Ukraine. The Iranian Navy reported that the control of the Strait of Hormuz carried by missiles drones. Okay. No minefields. Iran's also refuted ridiculous claims to the strait. The statement was later shamefully deleted. In fact, Trump's statement since. Yeah. The Russian Foreign Ministry reported that the building of the Russian Consulate General in Isfahan was damaged during the strikes. Yeah, I'm just thinking what's new. Are there any crazy news? Switch to just chatting since, you know. Yeah, of course, US and Israeli forces struck residential complex in Majidiyah district of Tehran, which is where all the Armenians live. So yeah, what a surprise. Okay. This basically let their defense missiles in the Middle East. Yeah. Arakchi tweeted, US officials are posting fake news to manipulate markets. It won't protect them from inflationary tsunami they've imposed on Americans. Markets are facing the biggest shortfall in history, bigger than Arab oil embargo, Iran's Islamic Revolution, and Kuwait invasion combined. Yeah. That's fucking sick, dude. And they fired missiles at Qatar, Iranians. And one directly impacted the US base in Doha. In just 2 hours, oil prices now fallen. Dude, no, stop trying to send links to my chat. That doesn't work like that. Fucking hell, bro. In just 2 hours, oil prices now fallen $10 a barrel and risen $11 a barrel. With price now nearing $9 a barrel again. He's blocking links. No shit, dude. Yeah, apparently Iraqi groups are claiming that they shot down a US MQ-9 Reaper drone in Basra. US Energy Secretary Chris Wright deletes post about Navy escorting oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. Oh my fucking god. These guys are not... They don't come off as that bright, you know? Let me see. Let me. At least have something in the back. What purpose? Inhale, but not freaking out with Operation Epstein Fury. uh, uh, uh. Epstein Wars. Yeah, that's what we're witnessing, dude. Oh yeah, Hezbollah released new footage. And yeah, I can't show that obviously. But isn't it crazy? Didn't they say that Hezbollah ended? Are they like back with full power level, like out of nowhere? Who's DMing me? Yeah. Because it could be destroyed, not gonna. Not just that, it was supposed to be destroyed, bro. You're not supposed to be around anymore. They just came back out of nowhere and they're like, they have ballistic missiles, and their special forces guys are actually doing their job. Like in everyone's head, they were decimated. I even in my head, they were like, oh, they're gone, can't do anything. And no, they're actually at full fucking power level. Yeah, right now they're sending fucking rockets, dude. What the fuck? Richard Blumenthal believes that Trump will launch a ground invasion of Iran. Yeah, that's. Yeah, is that bright? Is that really bright, bro? Is that bright? Still, South Korea's fucked up business in China. They installed this. Dude. Yeah, South Korean media is actually showing images from the US dismantling its THAAD and Patriot systems in South Korea. They sent them to the Middle East. I like they would do much, can we be honest? After we saw the footage, like, couldn't they just hypothetically, can't the North Koreans just use those little Dorito drones and just and it shuts down all the air defense? That's what Iran taught us, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're all fragile. Invasion of Iran is insane to think about. Yeah, but I don't think they would ever survive it. Like, it's a suicide mission, dude. It's why it's why it's never happened, right? They're like, yeah, that would be fucking horrific. Why would we ever do that? Yeah, of course I know Magdalena Andeshon, bro. But I'll check it out because people exaggerate a lot of stuff in media here. So I don't know what she actually said, so I'll look into it. But she's the one who got us into NATO, bro. Like, I don't like her one bit. Why are there so many burnt the peanut clones? No. It's actually the worst, bro. I'm not gonna lie. New Pentagon budget reports show Pete Hegseth, the war secretary, spent $93 billion in 1 month, making it the highest monthly expense since 2008. This budget report included spending $2 million on Alaskan king crab. Okay, this is... Okay, bro. The fuck, yeah, Trump did appoint Erica Kirk to serve on the U.S. Air Force Academy Board of Visitors. The fuck? I don't know, bro. These people are not the brightest. Not the brightest, bro. Not the brightest. You are the top 5 countries? I don't know, bro. I don't have a country, bro. That's the problem. I'd put that number 1. Look, I like too many countries. 5 would not be enough. I like too many countries. Trump's ambassador to Croatia. Okay, let me see. Wait, who is this? Yeah, but what she do? Did she give him head ones? Like, what's going on? Art gallery. CEO of Jupiter NFT Group. Canvas art charities. Fundraiser Trump. Another intention nominated U.S. ambassador. Yeah, she got like she just bribed them into that. What the fuck? Yeah, okay. Dude, America's not a real country, dude. Pay the president enough money, bro. He'll fucking make you his ambassador or some shit. Oh, should we watch Kai Trump's video? That's actually a perfect video to watch, dude.
Alright, guys. So
Bro. The golf one with Trump? No, the latest. The latest. Bro. She brought Secret Service to Air One, or the fuck it's called. Apparently it's like a luxury store, right? And viral smoothies. Is she Jewish? No, she's related to Trump. So she has like pedophile blood in her veins.
Alright guys, so welcome back to the channel. Right now we are in Erewhon, which is in LA. This is me in the Erewhon video and everything I get from Erewhon. If you guys don't know Erewhon's the most...
You know what I want you to keep in mind while watching this? There are people dying as we speak. There's a whole huge economic crisis now, right? Rockets, phew, phew, phew. You know, like people are dying. Like this is like whoa, whoa, whoa. You know, it's like everyone's losing their mind right now, right? And this is happening at the same time. And this is like the president's. Is she like his granddaughter? Something like that. Kelly Trump. She's something like that. She's like related to him though.
expensive grocery store pretty much out there. Everything's crazy expensive. So we're gonna get my favorite stuff, even supplements, whatever it may be. And then we're gonna go home and try it out.
Let me know if you guys have any questions on the prices or anything, okay?
Yeah, how much is quarters? The Haley Bieber smoothie? Oh my god.
They really laid out the red carpet for
I'm
you.
looking for my phone and you have it. I'm gonna go like bankrupt with this stuff. I need to file for bankruptcy. Me and Matt were just talking about peptides, that's why it's funny.
Collagen, wait, doesn't that mean it's good for you, like your skin?
Yeah, it's supposed to help your skin. So we get $44 of pure collagen. Oh, I'm like kind of scared to try the peptide out. Collagen creamer.
What the fuck is any of
Is
this?
this really your coffee?
Looks like it.
Right?
What are these? These just are like collagen peptides, unflavored.
Yeah, should I just try it? I'll get like one of these to try it out. Right? I mean, that is That's fine.
You know what I love? I love if this was any other countries we consider the highest form of corruption. I love that. And here it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, let her be silly, guys. No, weird, their family interactions. Yes, I know. That's why. I mean, you saw the recent leaks, right? The recent leaks are the worst because they implied like incestuous stuff. I don't like it.
Oh, these are like nice. I love dates. Should we get a date jar for $13?
For
I think the dates are what, $2? The jar with the sticker on it.
It's like
$16.
Which
So
is not
what
fast.
sort of dates do they have?
Oh, here's the fun aisle.
I love these. I love these perfect amino ones.
Oh, you know this brand?
Yeah.
The theories that Baron is Ivanka's. Oh, that's horrific. That's actually scary, bro. Dude, that's actually no. That's much worse.
Oh, I don't know what this is. Should we just get whatever?
Yeah, I think that's like their white label, like Erewhon brand.
Vitamin C.
I've
What's
never
a
heard of Erewhon before.
Shahati liquid complex?
Oh, GP
I'm not gonna try to pronounce that.
Would you try one with me?
Super greens or what? Sure, do it. Let's
No. I'm gonna give you a liquid Shahati.
I don't need more energy. We just had 80 energy drinks. Let's do the immune support.
Let's throw that in there. Oh my god, this is the cholesterol we were talking about.
Oh yeah, the Armra.
Oh, this is disgusting. They have so much collagen peptides.
Oh, here you go. This is the good stuff. The stress relieving.
Oh, you know I take
Stress
ashwagandha every night.
Stress relieving ashwagandha. There you
Dude,
go.
I thought this was a meme. I didn't know this was a real thing you could get. That's a real thing? The fuck? Bro, I have to assume everything I see on social media is like based on a real thing. Like, there's nothing that's just jokes. I never knew ashwagandha was real. I thought people just made it up. Yes, apparently Donald Trump's granddaughter takes ashwagandha. Maybe that's how they get away with all the shit that happens to kids.
We'll just add this to the next one on. Do you need some digestion enzymes?
I think I'm good on those ones.
I don't really digest very
I
well.
think we're good on those ones.
This is sea moss. I'm too scared to try sea moss.
These are all the drinks.
Yeah, where should we go next?
Those are all like your different oils and things. Oh, you see that those? I have one of these, the filtered shower head.
Oh,
It
yeah.
filters all the bad stuff out of your water.
Oh. Should we get a candle? No, I'd rather get a water bottle than a candle. That's crazy. Wait, guys, one thing about me is I don't spend like a lot of money. Like I'm very, like I don't spend a lot.
What do you think your cart total is gonna be?
This is probably 100 already.
Oh wait, show me your cart. Show me the.
You get Erewhon soda. You get a kombucha. I don't know.
Kombucha, what the fuck is she? Kombucha, bro. What the fuck is that?
Kai, I don't think you can purchase.
Oh wait, that's alcohol. I didn't realize that was alcohol.
It's not even 21. They just do this shit.
Alright, what kind of sushi are we feeling that? Okay, you're gonna have some of this week.
I've heard it's some of the best grocery store sushi you can have.
What's this? Is this salmon?
It looks like salmon, yeah.
Is it tuna?
Tuna's good.
Let's just get tuna.
Yeah, I think do the tuna. That would be a good one.
Alright, should we go order some hot bar?
You want to do the hot foods, or you want to start with smoothie?
Where's the smoothie at?
Smoothie's up on the front. I think it's two separate lines. We can do hot. Let's do hot foods first. Let's do hot.
One thing about me is I hate filling in public, so this is like so awkward right now for me. Me and the green short ribs.
True, that's me too though. But I also just like if I'm seeing a million things, just bro, go for a burek, bro. What the fuck? You don't need all this other shit, dude. Get burek, get something nice. You know, I go for to get something meaty. Get a lot of meat. Right. I'm not even gonna say do carbs. Do a lot of meat, and it'll be great.
Safety meal.
Buffalo cauliflower again?
Hey, what the fuck is hitting me up? I'll check in on that later.
I'm gonna have some of it, right? I can't eat it all.
Yeah, I'll have some of it.
I believe you.
The rice balls with the
Can we
sauce.
get the rice balls, please?
You want the sauce on it?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Did you get a water bottle?
Want to get a sweatshirt?
Where's the sweaters are over there? Let's go check out the sweaters. Let's get a water bottle.
Okay.
Oh wait, they
Please tell me, what fruit is worth that rage? What fruit was it? Like genuinely, what fruit could it even have been? Is it like dragon fruit? Or whatever, or like the what's it called? The stinky one, durian. Maracuya. What the fuck is a maracuya, bro? I would not rage for that. What the fuck is a maracuya, bro? I don't even know what that is. What the fuck is a store supposed to know, bro? The store guys just get whatever and sell it. The fuck? They're not sitting there researching maracuya, bro.
have sugar bottles. Should I scratch
Passion
it?
fruit? Yeah, but it's so extra, bro. Why do you need it that bad, bro? It's maracuya.
Does it say Matt?
I don't know. Nancy.
Nah.
You know what? Since she's very young, I assume that she's named after Cenat, like Cenat. That's what I'm gonna actually assume. I'm not even joking. My assumption is that.
Not Matt. Not Matt.
Nope. Pretty pretty.
All right, guys. So we're looking at the juice. Let's get this one. Lavender lemonade. Sounds
What
good.
is that?
Lavender lemonade. That sounds good. Ooh, the sweaters. What's the price of the sweaters? How much are they legal?
Let me know if you guys have any questions on the prices or anything, okay?
How much are the sweaters?
Yeah, hoodies 165.
Yeah, they're evil.
Sweaters like nobody, like 150, 150.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then yeah, personal bags too, tote bags, all that stuff.
I like the. When did you guys do the yoga mats?
This has been here like maybe about a month now, maybe 3 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe 3 weeks. 165 for the yoga mat.
Why is it everything so expensive?
$100 for this set here. It's like a, I don't know, joints. Take the joint, ball roller, or whatever.
Thank
Love
you.
it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Go to other- Don't make me start on that. To me, that's actually evil. That girl. Look, let's be honest. With a dad like that, she already endures a lot, right? I don't even know if she actually deserved to win because it wasn't really good ice skating, like in the art scene of that, right? It's too American for me. I don't think she should have gotten the gold. But you know, it's just like a young girl that's trying to live her life. Let her do whatever. You know, fucked up teeth. I don't like it. No, she whatever. She can have the piercings. I don't care, right? She's her own person. But the way they're trying to claim her is so weird. You know, like you're trying to have that, and she says stuff about like they make like a swastika edit behind her. They make her talk about crusade. It's like, dude, she's just some like half Asian girl in the United States, and she's a very like normal girl too. Like normal in the sense that she doesn't know any of this. She's mostly of a normie. Yeah, she doesn't like ice, and she thinks people shouldn't die. Like, yeah, okay, great. So even by that metric, she's already like their biggest enemy. And I saw them already turning on her. She's not even behaving too bougie. Yeah, she's not. No, she's not like she's normal. Like when I say I mean it. Like she's a normie, right? Because I don't have any ill feelings or anything. Like I don't feel resentment. You know, I'm not like, oh, she's. I'm like, good for. I'm happy she's happy, right? That sort of thing. I'm happy she got her medal and she got happy. I don't think she deserved it, but I'm happy she's happy. Like, whatever. It's personal for her and she quit it after that. She's like, I don't want to do it anymore. I got my goal. I'm done. I like that. That's wholesome. I like that. Yeah, that's a wholesome story. Anastasia Romanov. Dude, you gotta chill. No, but yeah, no. I don't know. That makes me kind of upset. It's like I don't know why they're trying so hard to make her into like something. It's just, dude. She's a normie. Leave her out of it, bro. If you want to make something racial, use something from like our spheres, okay? Whether super left or super right wing, use something from that. Don't use like some random girl that just quit sports overnight as well. Like,
Real fast. 165 for grocery store. Like,
Tyson,
I'm gonna go like bankrupt with this stuff. I'm gonna need to file for bankruptcy.
You probably got 200 in your cart right now.
No,
oh, don't worry, dude. Your grandpa is the richest and most evil man on earth. You'll afford it. Just get his card.
100. Should we get a guess? Let's bet on the final price.
With the smoothie, the $21 smoothie.
$21. Okay, bro. What are they putting in those smoothies? Are they putting adrenochrome in the smoothies? Why is it so expensive? $21, €21. $100 shirts, what the fuck do you have? This is absurd.
I'm gonna say 165. 165.
Say 200.
Okay. They really laid out the red carpet for
I'm
you.
looking for my phone and you have it. It's like I have like anxiety.
What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? They're sending like the state agents to get it. What the fuck?
Alright.
How do you even have that? Dude, you know this would... Dude. You know this for a fact, bro. See where they are. Yeah, you see those cars. Like, it's like the state. You see the fucking state is pulling
They really
up.
laid out the red carpet for you.
Look at this.
You have it. It's like I have like anxiety.
You know, this would not fly for any other country. You know? Like, can I just put it this way? If Xi Jinping's son or grandson or whatever was out there and they're calling in the state and shit and he's going to luxury stores and he goes back in there, it's whoa. I couldn't live like that, TBH. I would only want a life like this if I know I'm doing something back. I could never like buy a luxury and go into these securities things. Fuck that. Never. I could never do this luxury like hedonistic thing. I can't do that. I can't. And most, it's extravagance that everyone will get in that position. I can understand that. You know what I mean? Like that you have a palace. If you're like a leader and you have a palace, I understand that. If you have escorts, I understand that. You have security, I understand that. I don't understand going to luxury stores and fucking, you know, and then going back in your fucking security fucking escort. I could never do. That's weird, bro. I want to be normal. I want to just not worry. You know what I mean? My wealth doctrine is that. My wealth doctrine is I want to live good so all my loved ones can live good. I don't want luxury. I don't want anything crazy. I want happiness. And my happiness is everyone around me that I hold close, they also are happy. That's my mindset with that. This never. What would be the point? Like if I now just got luxury, yeah, maybe you would be excited for a bit, but unless you have a competent family, you should totally disassociate them from public eye. Exactly, yeah. You should really like that's what most good leaders do. They avoid that. Unless like they're you know, they're expected a certain role or they're, you know.
Alright guys. Oh my god, that's like really heavy. You picked it up like it was nothing. We're back at the hotel room now. We got the Haley Beaver smoothie right in front of us. What's the fancy word? Sea moss here?
I am so confused. Like, dude, I've never heard of this store. I've never heard of any of these people. I don't know why it's named after that person. I don't know what that person even does. right? I don't know anything. They used to have a dynastic. They do. Like, look at the Bushes, bro. Bush 1, Bush 2, Bush the Nazi, the Bush the Freemason. Like, what the fuck? 81, yeah. You know what I hate? It sounds like Eri. Like my, it means like in Assyrian, my dick. Like, why would you have that as your name? Like, that's a bad brand, okay? As soon as they're gonna find out about the store, and it's gonna be the fucking laughing stock of the whole fucking village, dude.
Sea moss.
That's
And collagen. Sea moss and
collagen. Collagen peptides. So we're gonna try this out. My first time trying it. Oh. Smell test. It does not smell great. Ew. Okay.
She says this shit, I believe her.
Holy.
Which one is that?
The Haley Beaver smoothie? Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is really, really good. Matt, I'm telling you.
Is it
You
that?
know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? She'll say it's good and stuff, right? But she will never answer you if whether or not it's $21 good. She'll never answer that. But you know why? Because she doesn't feel like these people don't feel the damage of $21. Like these people can burn $100, well, whatever. They haven't, like, even if $21, I can spend it. I can spend it right now, right? But if I just burn it, like if I just held $21 in my hand and started like burning it, I'd be like, what the fuck? Because it's all value, right? For these people, it's not even valuable. It's like a lot more of it. It's like millions are valuable, billions are valuable, not this. So last time she saw a $20 bill, exactly. Dude.
Here, try it.
Is this really that good?
Yeah, super good. So we got some vitamins and stuff that I'll be taking, I guess, tonight. So we got some vitamins here. We got this expensive, what's it called, nitro water? Hydro.
Why would you get $13 water? I don't get this. But then again, they don't have tap water. But what are they possibly gonna do with this water? That's gonna be like, whoa, dude. Unless the water gets out of the bottle and sucks my dick, I don't want it. Like that water is worth nothing. The fuck? I can just go to my kitchen and get tap water for free. Or I can get like $1 water bottles if I'm anywhere else. But it's like, this is not worth it. Why would you spend that much on water? And you know, it's gonna be blind. I've seen a test when they do this, when they have super expensive water and cheap water. And all they do is they just change it without looking. And they can't tell the difference. But when they see it otherwise, they think that there's a huge difference. And it's not. Like, their brains fool them.
Good, right?
Wait a minute.
It's good. There's something
Wait
to
a
it.
minute.
What kind of water?
Like a Red Bull. Yeah, this is insane. This is a zero. Yeah, it is.
It's extra hydrogenated. I don't know what that means. I think they add another H to the H2O, you know?
This is the biggest ripoff. It just tastes like water.
And no shit, it's water.
Essentia, best water out there.
Shout out.
Bro, why do you like shout out random water brands? Bro, I just like water. Okay, I don't know these brands. I just know water. Can we just say that? I like water. I like what God has given man. I like water. Okay. What the fuck is Essential? I don't know any of these brands, bro.
This seems honestly like very what's the word? I feel like I just got ripped off.
It's nano pure.
Okay, nano pure, whatever it is. Ooh, I want to try these. Me and Matt got these like packets. This one is whatever this is. This is yours, your immunity.
Gotta love immunity.
I got Shahita Liquid Complex. So should we try this?
Shilajit Liquid Complex. I don't know what the fuck.
What does that one do?
I don't know. Oh, my stomach's like grumbling.
People actually consume this stuff?
What the?
Anti-consumerism is one of my core beliefs. Yeah, I agree, bro. But what the fuck is even the point of the like? Look, I've gone to the gym. I still go to the gym. Never have I ever bought this stuff. I don't understand these like extra supplement stuff.
Is that what
It tastes like I'm eating moss.
I still still don't know what is moss, guys. Can you guys explain what moss is? I legit don't know what moss is. In my head, it's like the grass thing that grows. It's like funky. That's what goes on in my head. These people operate on a whole different mentality. Some of them actually believe their policies while openly being exposed to how the system works. Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird, dude. I feel like I'm witnessing corruption on like live TV, and no one is batting an eye, bro. You know, people will say that Khamenei's son being elected right now by people who don't even know him, and he's like a guy that's been like clergy, studying, being whatever, knowing military people his whole life, like that sort of lifestyle with sandals. They think he's the same with this. Actually, no, this is normal. That he's the bad one. Researchers from Brussels, they're all actually convinced in the things they push. Yes, a lot of them believe it, but a lot of them are so corrupt, bro. I know stories, dude. A lot of them are super corrupt.
Nah, that was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
But this is not lying. You know, a lot of people, they will lie because of the money. Like a lot of people be like, well, I spent this much, it's good. It has to be good. Like at least she's rich enough to be like, you know what? You know, that tastes like ass. I just got ripped off. The water tastes like water. You know? Don't respect the corrupt. No, I mean, no, I'll tell you what's worse. Idealists who will still rob and lie to your face. But they're still like, they're totally set in that and they'll cut people off over that. I can't stand it. To me, that's the worst. I like this and that. Democracy, this and that. I like democracy. And then just fucking, you know, snort lines and shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You're not... Like, are you gonna do all that talk and then do drugs and then, like, possibly have blood on your hands? Like, that's evil.
This is so good. We got a vitamin C Air One packet. I'll low-key just try this tomorrow because I low-key don't feel like having more vitamin C and putting stuff into my body that I just already put in my body. We got some dates.
Oh, the dates.
The $20 dates.
But why would you pay $20 for dates, man? I can go to the store, I can get it for like $2, $3. And like they're good, like they're quality. They're from the Middle East and stuff, with quality.
So you see if it lives up to like its hype?
I'm not gonna be no pro.
Here, you can open it.
Just to open it.
Alright guys, so we can't get the dates out, so we'll just like leave it open.
Yeah, you gotta go switch jewel dates.
I love these. So we got some dates, some Air One dates, make it special.
It's gonna be $20 about this.
Honestly, it just tastes like an expired date.
She's honest, dude. Look, I like that. He's honest.
Original packaging.
It's a hot take. It's a hot take. How much do you think that sticker's worth?
$10.
It's a solid sticker.
I've never heard of this brand in my life. I've never
The
heard
sushi.
of 81, bro.
Well, we've all been waiting for
I don't
it.
like dates too sweet. Believe it or not, I actually agree with you. I don't really like dates, but my family likes dates. I do find them to be too sweet and stuff.
Here, Matt.
I'm still trying to figure out.
I'm a savory guy. I like savory stuff. I don't like... I'm more on the salt end. Salt meat. That sort of flavor is what I like. It's too sweet, doesn't roll well with my head.
Was it in this?
I don't know. I'm like a little scared to find out.
Should we get a hero shot of the sushi? There you go.
That's a close enough.
In 5 minutes, just finish these out. Sushi. Everyone knows the rules. 1 bite.
Oh, she's mocking me though. She knows how to eat with chopsticks. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Never mind. I'll take it back. She consumes it like me.
1 out of 10. What is it? 1 through 10.
What? Oh, she actually hated it. That's another thing. Notice this, dude. I know this is for me, right? Notice this, right? Shoes indoors. Why? Why do Americans do this? Do they have two separate shoes? What do they do? Because I can never at home. You just don't. Why would you bring the shoes in? It's gonna bring dirt. I don't like that. And most wear like flip flops or whatever. You know what I mean? Like the little Lightning McQueen like sandals. I get that. Shoes. Who else does this? This is not normal, dude. I'm sorry. If you go into a house, don't bring the shoes in. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't get it. In Sweden, people don't either. That's weird. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, you just dirt up the house. Imagine winter. Do you think Americans in winter just go home with the winter boots and just go into the place and walk in the house in the snow? What the fuck is that? Like, why? I don't know. Fucking weird. Wear socks whatever indoors, bro. It's not crazy.
Oh my god. I love sushi. That's the worst tuna I've ever tasted in my entire life. Like, it was like fishy and like hard.
The fish was fishy. The fish. Okay, the tuna was fishy. Okay, great. I love the analysis. My mom tells the priest to take off the shoes when he goes blessing out. I mean, I think he's supposed to, bro. Like, I don't think he can actually. I don't know. And the shoes are just. You shouldn't bring that into the house. That's bad.
Matt, you gotta try this.
I'm not a sushi guy. I'm not. After that
wanna try this?
reaction, no, I'm good.
Such a waste.
Just bag that up and you know.
I want to experience what I just experienced.
Yeah, that's just money just burnt immediately. That money that she wasted. I think just give it to a homeless guy. Who's the guy? Her boyfriend. I don't know who he is. Either he's just her boyfriend or he's like the CIA agent that Trump sent. You know.
I'm gonna throw up. Okay, guys.
Here, drink some water.
My brother. I don't know who he is.
The Nano Pure.
So last little. So before we dig into the meal, this is lavender lemonade from Air One. Look how cool that looks. Doesn't it look cool?
$10. Dude, I'd make my friends fit my CIA bodyguard. I would honestly, my bodyguard. I would make friends with my bodyguard.
What's the blue stuff?
More sea moss. I don't know. They seem to like that there.
This has just been terrible. This has been terrible. Alright, let's try it. Doesn't really taste like anything.
Really?
Yeah,
It's like purple lemonade.
I don't know. Doesn't really taste like it's good, not bad, but it just doesn't really taste like anything. I don't know what I rate that, like 5 out of 10. But what we've all been waiting for. It's the hot bar.
Oh, you got the rice. You got the rice
yeah.
balls too. Yeah.
Let's try this out.
Oh,
So first, the cauliflower.
what the fuck is that? Big cauliflower. What is that? I thought it was like chicken at first. I got kind of hyped. I was like, that chicken looks good. It's not even chicken, dude. What the fuck, man?
The cauliflower is so good. It's so good. That is the best cauliflower I've ever had in my entire life. Real good. Alright, now it's like the ratings are going up a little for Air One. Just because of the cauliflower. Never thought I'd be saying that. Matt says these rice balls are really good, so let's try the rice balls. Not bad. They seem like mid. Like, not worth like.
Did you get the sauce?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Good.
How much was this one? Oh, they didn't put sticker on.
I think it was like 36.
Oh, wait, they did. No. $37! Yay!
Would you pay 37 euros
Let's
for
try the
that?
beef short rib.
That does not look good, man.
Short rib. We're trying the short rib.
My dad makes better ribs than that, dude.
It's good. Is this worth $37?
Oh, she actually said it. She actually, okay, so she knows value, okay? That's NASA. She understands value. I love that. You know, Cenat Trump understands value of money. It's $37. Is this worth? Yeah, I like that. You know what? I'm wrong about it. She understands value of money. Okay, she didn't even comprehend like what this is supposed to cost and stuff. You know, like how damaging it is for someone's economy.
I could probably make all this at home for like under $10.
You should try that.
Most of this could be. If the water you can get fucking easier. I watched the golf vid with Trump and her, and at some point she almost recoiled from the smell. We should watch that later, dude.
That should be the next video.
Next video.
I've never
Kai's
watched that.
home
That's
cooked
funny.
food versus Erewhon blind taste test. See what people can tell.
Like, I low-key feel like I can make this under $10.
I do have to credit Erewhon though. They're the only reason I eat cauliflower. No, it's because of that.
What?
Erewhon's the only reason I eat buffalo cauliflower.
Yeah.
Because of that, yeah.
It's good. Well, guys, what do you guys think is the final, how much all this stuff costs? If you guys had to take a guess, how much do you think it costs? Matt?
1,000.
Well, me and Matt already know,
1,000.
but
I think I was wrong, honestly. After like looking at everything, I think I might be wrong.
what was your original?
165.
Okay, your original was 165.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 165.
What is their actual profession?
165.
Nepotism.
Okay.
What do you think's the most expensive item that you got?
Probably the food.
You think the food? What about the water bottle? Wait, did you show them the water bottle?
Yeah,
there
that's
we
a
go.
water bottle.
The shaker bottle.
Shaker bottom. This looks cool.
How much was that?
$44
I don't know.
for a water bottle?
I think it was probably like about $60. It'd probably add up. So
Did you catch like when we asked people what the price was? They like made doubly sure that we knew what the actual price was. Like 50, 50. So I feel like the employees know how much things cost
oh yeah.
and how expensive it is.
Because they probably see us eating stuff and it's like, oh, like we're ripping them off. Like, for the receipt, all of this costs
1,000.
$233
No, 1,000.
For one
It costs
grocery bag.
for
1,000.
one grocery bag. And one meal is not even
1,000.
edible. $233 is
1,000.
crazy. We'll see you guys in the next one. Like and subscribe, please. I need to make back my money somehow.
Dude, trust me, you can make it back by just chilling. Like, if you have that sort of security, they give you money. Don't worry about it. The taxpayer money goes to you. Only a few money mentions prices all the time. True. Because the new money understand, right? Understand what it's like to not have money and then having money, right? And that's kind of what I want. I want to experience what I haven't been able to experience, like that sort of thing. But yeah, this is something else, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But this is good. This is a highlight for my YouTube channel. Reacting to fucking the Cenat Trump. I want to keep that in the title, Cenat Trump. I think this is Ivana's influence. She grounded kids in some reality. Yeah, and I think Ivana is probably like a sad character in the actual reality. Like, if you look into it, it's Donald is just an evil guy. Like, I'm not even joking. That guy is actually evil. And he didn't raise the kids. I don't think he even has any love for the kids. You know, we know he has some weird shit with his daughter, but that's different. I'll be very, very honest, dude. Let's see, are there any news before I end the stream? And then tomorrow, or maybe the day after, I'll see whenever I can stream next time. We'll watch the other Cenat Trump video. Oh my fucking god. The speaker of the Iranian parliament tweeted, an Iranian oil tanker crossed the Strait of Hormuz escorted by US Navy ships, maybe on PlayStation. We're mustering banners. What do you mean by that, bro? More people. True. I think it's all about highlights. As long as I just do a lot of that, it'll be great. It'll work out. But I think even just the recent react was good. That was high IQ. I'm not gonna lie. Do you remember the phrase Epstein class is now Iranian propaganda? Awesome, bro. Lol. Anything else? Doesn't seem like it. Anyways, next time I stream, it's gonna be fun. Trust. We'll have more. Now we have a new funny things to watch channel, right? We have Kai Cenat Trump. We need to always emphasize that name, Kai Cenat Trump, because let's be honest, that's probably where the name comes from. Alright, bros. I must talk to y'all later. Peace out. God bless y'all. Alright, see ya.